Hello guys, welcome to Supreme Harry. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Pomfrey's scan after chamber incident found 39 loyalty redirects to Dumbledore and Fawkes burned them all? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Scan. The hospital wing smelled like Dittany and lemon, and Harry Potter smelled like basilisk. Madame Pomfrey had dealt with a lot in her 31 years at Hogwarts. She'd treated dragon burns and jinx rebounds, and one memorable case where a sixth year had accidentally transfigured his own spine into a xylophone. She'd seen Quidditch injuries that made her stomach turn and curse damage that kept her awake at night. She was not, by any reasonable definition, a woman who rattled easily. She was rattled now. Harry lay on the nearest bed, unconscious, his robes still damp from whatever water he'd been dragged through in the chamber below. Someone, Dumbledore, she assumed, from the faint traces of lemon drop residue on the boy's collar, had carried him up and deposited him with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd done this sort of thing before. Fawn was still howling somewhere in the castle. She could hear it distantly, like a dog hearing thunder. She'd stabilized him first. That was always first, blood loss from the basilisk Fawn, which had gone clean through the forearm and nicked something it shouldn't have. Phoenix tears had already done most of the work. The wound was closed, the skin new and pink. His pulse was steady. His color was coming back. Standard post-trauma diagnostic came next. Always did. It wasn't a complicated scan, just a gentle wave of her wand in a specific pattern, the kind of spell they'd taught her at St. Mungo's before she'd taken the Hogwarts post, the kind designed to show her what the regular examination might miss. Residual curses, magical contamination, potion interference, deep tissue damage that hadn't surfaced yet. She cast it without thinking, the way she'd cast it 1,000 times, and watched the results assemble themselves in the air above Harry's bed in columns of soft diagnostic light. She read the first 3 lines. Then she stopped. Then she read them again, much more slowly, in the way a person rereads something they're certain they've misunderstood. She had not misunderstood. 39 separate threads of directed loyalty magic, each one anchored not to a place or an institution but to a specific individual. The diagnostic light showed the endpoint as a kind of signature, and she knew that signature the way she knew her own handwriting. She'd worked alongside him for 3 decades. She knew the particular quality of Albus Dumbledore's magic the way a musician knows a specific instrument's voice. 39 redirects. Some of them were old, the earliest layers had the slightly faded quality of magic that had been in place for years, woven in so carefully and at such a young age that they'd become part of the background noise of Harry's magical core. Others were newer, the threads brighter, sharper, laid in more recently. All 39 pointed the same direction. All 39 were doing the same thing, gently, persistently, continuously redirecting Harry's natural loyalties, his instinctive magical trust, his autonomous judgments, away from himself and toward one destination. Pomfrey stood very still for a long moment. Her wand hand was shaking slightly. She made it stop through the same effort of will that had gotten her through the aftermath of the last war, through the years of Dumbledore's careful management of everything and everyone in this castle, through 100 moments where she'd suspected things she'd never been able to prove and had made the professional choice to let them go. She was not going to let this one go. She reached for her quill. The window opened. Not the door, the window, which was latched and had been latched all evening, and which now simply swung inward as though it had been waiting for permission. The flame-red phoenix came through it without hurry, without drama, with the easy certainty of a creature that has never in its long life needed to knock. Fawkes was enormous up close, she always forgot that, because Dumbledore's office was large enough to make him seem ornamental, but here in the hospital wing he filled the space between the beds with a warm, impossible glow, and his eyes, when they turned to her, were gold and ancient and completely unreadable. He looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at the diagnostic light still hanging in the air above Harry's bed. Pomfrey watched the Phoenix read 39 loyalty redirects. She'd read enough about Phoenix behavior in her training, more than most, because you had to know what you were dealing with when a bonded phoenix brought its wizard to the infirmary, and Dumbledore had done that 3 times in the years she'd known him. Phoenixes were creatures of pure magical judgment. They couldn't be fooled, couldn't be bought, couldn't be directed towards something they'd assessed as wrong and made to go anyway. Their fire wasn't just for healing. It was, at its most fundamental level, a force of moral correction. The sound Fawkes made was not a song. It was something shorter and harder, a single note that resonated in her back teeth, and then he spread his wings, the full span of them, which was considerable, and a burst of gold-white fire rolled off him like a wave, gentle as breath and absolutely precise, and hit every single one of those 39 threads simultaneously. They didn't burn dramatically. They simply ceased. The diagnostic light rearranged itself, and Pomfrey looked at Harry's magical core readout without 39 artificial anchors cluttering it, and what she saw underneath them made her breath catch for a completely different reason. The phoenix folded his wings, landed on the foot of Harry's bed, and stayed there. Pomfrey stood in the quiet for a moment. Then she sat down very carefully in the chair beside the bed, clasped her hands in her lap, and stared at the ceiling. She had a decision to make, and she had to make it before Albus Dumbledore came back through that door. Harry woke up at 2:30 in the morning, which was unusual. He normally woke slowly and with considerable confusion, especially after a trauma, and he normally needed a few seconds to remember where he was and why he hurt. This time he opened his eyes and he was simply awake. The hospital wing was dark except for the moonlight coming through the high windows and the soft, warm glow of the phoenix sitting at the foot of his bed. Fawkes. He recognized the bird immediately, though it took him another second to register that Fawkes being here, in the hospital wing, without Dumbledore, was unusual enough to be worth noting. He sat up carefully. His arm felt new in a slightly strange way, the way a healed wound always felt, like the skin had been replaced by something almost right. The basilisk fawn. The chamber. Ginny lying on the cold stone floor. Tom Riddle's face dissolving. He remembered all of it with the clarity of something very recent and very real. He also felt, and this was harder to describe, like something he hadn't known was pressing on him had stopped. Like a sound he'd been hearing so long he'd stopped noticing it had finally gone quiet. He looked at Fawkes. The phoenix looked back at him with those gold eyes, calm and measuring, and then made a very soft sound, almost conversational, nothing like the magnificent warbling Harry had heard in Dumbledore's office. More like a question. "Did you do something?" Harry said. Fawkes ruffled his feathers once, which felt like an answer. Harry sat with that for a moment. He looked around the hospital wing. Empty beds, all of them, except for one near the end where he could see the petrified but now recovering Hermione apparently still sleeping off the mandrake potion. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. He felt the same, physically, more or less. Except for that silence where something used to be. "Where's Dumbledore?" he said. Fawkes made another sound. Harry couldn't have explained why, but it felt like not here. "Is he coming?" A different sound. Harry thought it meant probably. Harry nodded slowly. He reached up and touched the inside of his forearm where the fang had gone in, pressing lightly at the new skin. Then he looked at the phoenix again. "Something was wrong with me," he said. It wasn't a question. He wasn't entirely sure why he was certain of it, only that he was, the way you're certain of something you've known for a long time without ever having the language for it. Fawkes held his gaze for a long moment. Then, with great deliberateness, the phoenix moved from the foot of the bed to the top of the headboard, directly above Harry's head, and settled there. Harry stared at the ceiling, thinking about Tom Riddle saying we're very alike, you and I, and Dumbledore always, being there at the right moment with the right answer and the right direction, and the way Harry had never really questioned that because questioning Dumbledore had always felt vaguely wrong, like questioning gravity. Like it simply wasn't something a person did. He was questioning it now. It didn't feel wrong at all. Pomfrey came back at 6 in the morning with a potion tray and found Harry sitting up in bed reading, which surprised her, and Fawkes still perched above him like a very warm, very luminous hat, which surprised her less because she'd spent most of the intervening hours deciding how to handle exactly this situation. "You're awake," she said, putting the tray down. "Since about 2:30. He set the book down. She noticed it was one from the small shelf she kept for long-term patients, a Quidditch history that he appeared to have finished. "Madame Pomfrey, can I ask you something?" "You can ask," she said carefully, which was not the same as yes. "Did the diagnostic scan find something?" She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back, and the thing that struck her, the thing that had been striking her since she'd walked in, was how direct his gaze was. She'd treated Harry Potter 4 times now. She'd always thought of him as a reactive child, someone who responded to events rather than drove them. The boy looking at her now wasn't reactive. He was simply waiting for an honest answer with the patience of someone who had decided he was owed one. She sat down. "Yes," she said. "Will you tell me what it found?" "I've already written it down," she said. "The full diagnostic readout. It's on record." She met his eyes. "I thought it was important for there to be a record." He understood what she was telling him. She could see it, the small shift in his expression, not surprise, not quite, but the particular look of someone watching a suspicion confirmed. "How many?" he said. She hadn't told him there were a number. He'd inferred it. She filed that away. 39. Something moved across his face. It wasn't anger, not exactly, it was quieter and colder than anger. "And they're gone now." Fawkes removed them. They both looked at the Phoenix, who appeared supremely unconcerned with being discussed. "Whose were they?" Harry said. Pomfrey had rehearsed this moment. She'd thought about deflection, about professional neutrality, about the dozen ways she might soften this or delay it or redirect it. She looked at the 12-year-old boy who'd killed a basilisk yesterday and had woken up in the middle of the night asking the right questions, and she said, they were keyed to the headmaster's magical signature. The silence that followed was very complete. "All 39. "Yes." Harry looked at his hands again. "How long?" "The oldest layers were installed when you were approximately 3 years old." She kept her voice even with considerable effort. "Some are more recent. The most recent appear to be from this academic year." He absorbed that. He didn't break down. He didn't rage. He just sat there and processed it with a steadiness that made her feel something she hadn't expected to feel, which was a complicated species of guilt. She'd worked alongside Dumbledore for 30 years. She'd trusted him with her students' lives. She'd had suspicions before, small ones, easily dismissed, and she'd dismissed them. "What did they do?" he said. "Specifically." "Loyalty redirects," she said. "They don't change who you are or what you think. They work on something more instinctive, the part of you that decides who to trust, who to follow, who to defer to in a crisis. They create a pull toward one person. Like a compass that only points one direction. That's a good analogy. And now they're gone." "Yes." He picked up his book again, though he didn't open it, just held it. "Does Dumbledore know?" "Not yet. When he comes, I'd like to be there for that conversation. Mr. Potter, it was done to me. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just clear, with the particular clarity of someone who decided where their line was and drawn it. Whatever conversation happens about it, I should be there." Pomfrey looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded once, very slightly. "I'll make sure of it." He opened the book, though she doubted he was reading it. Fawkes shifted on the headboard and made a small sound that she could have sworn was approval. Dumbledore came at 7. He came the way he always came, ahead of whatever storm he was nominally managing, unhurried, robes immaculate despite the events of the previous evening, half-moon glasses catching the morning light. He had lemon drops in his pocket. She could smell them faintly. He always had lemon drops. She was standing near the door when he came in, and the thing she noticed first was the small pause, barely a fraction of a second, when he saw Fawkes still perched above Harry's bed. He recovered immediately, because Albus Dumbledore always recovered immediately, but she'd been watching for it and she saw it. "Poppy," he said warmly. "How is our patient?" "Recovering well," she said. The phoenix tears addressed the venom damage fully. "There'll be no lasting effects from the fawn." "Wonderful." He moved toward the bed, and his eyes went to Harry, who was apparently still reading his Quidditch book. "Harry, my boy, good morning, Professor," Harry said, without looking up. Dumbledore stopped, very slightly. He was too accomplished to show more than that. He came the rest of the way to the bedside and settled into the chair with the easy comfort of a man who considered himself welcome everywhere. "I imagine," he said gently, "you must have many questions." "A few." Harry set the book down and looked at him, and Pomfrey watched Dumbledore encounter that direct gaze and process it. "Before we get to those, Madame Pomfrey ran a diagnostic scan last night. I'd like to talk about what it found." Dumbledore's expression did something very subtle and very controlled. "Oh. 39 loyalty redirects," Harry said. "All anchored to your magical signature. The oldest ones have been in place since I was 3. The silence in the hospital wing was the particular kind that follows the first move in a game of chess, anticipatory, loaded, every party recalculating." Dumbledore looked at Pomfrey. She met his gaze and didn't flinch. He looked at Fawkes, and something passed between them that she couldn't read, some exchange between a wizard and his phoenix that had just, apparently, stopped being his. "Harry," Dumbledore said finally, and his voice was exactly what she'd expected, gentle, sorrowful, measured. The voice of a man about to explain that difficult things had been necessary. "There are things I should have told you, why 3 years old?" Harry said. "I beg your pardon." "The oldest redirects. You had them installed when I was 3 years old. I was living with the Dursleys. I want to understand what you were worried about, in a 3-year-old child, that made you decide loyalty redirection was the appropriate response." Pomfrey had to admire it. She genuinely had to admire it. No raised voice, no table flipping, no accusations, just a precise and unanswerable question delivered with the patience of someone who intended to sit there until they got an answer. Dumbledore leaned back in the chair. His hands folded in his lap. The lemon drops were in his left robe pocket and she watched his hand move toward them out of habit before he stopped it. "Harry, I think perhaps this conversation would be better suited to my office, where, I'm in the hospital wing recovering from a basilisk fang," Harry said pleasantly. "I'd rather have it here." "You said I'd have questions." "I have questions. You offered to answer them." "I did," Dumbledore agreed. He looked, for the first time in Poppy Pomfrey's memory of him, like a man choosing his words with real, genuine care rather than practiced ease. "What I did for your protection, Harry. The magical world is not, I understand protection charms," Harry said. "Blood wards, concealment, things like that. I'd like you to explain how redirecting my autonomous loyalty judgment protects me. Specifically. It's more complicated than, why didn't you ask my parents?" Dumbledore's composure was very good. It was still very good. But there was something behind his eyes now that hadn't been there at the start of this conversation, and Pomfrey recognized it because she'd seen it before in people who'd spent a long time being the one who set the terms of every discussion and had just encountered someone who wouldn't accept those terms. He was not used to this. Not from Harry Potter. "Your parents trusted me," he said. "So they didn't know." Harry's voice was steady. "That's what I thought." He looked at Fawkes, who hadn't moved. Then he looked back at Dumbledore. "I appreciate you coming. I'd like to rest now." Dumbledore sat very still for a moment. Then he stood, with all his dignity fully intact, because whatever else was true about Albus Dumbledore, the man had an extraordinary amount of dignity. "Of course. We'll speak more when you're feeling stronger." "We might," Harry said, opening his book again. Dumbledore walked to the door. He paused there, not turning, just pausing, and said, almost as an aside, Fawkes, perhaps it's time. Fawkes did not move from the headboard of Harry Potter's bed. Dumbledore left. The door swung shut behind him, and in the quiet that followed, Harry set down the book and stared at the ceiling for a long moment. Pomfrey watched his chest rise and fall. He looked 12 years old. He also looked like something that had recently decided its own direction. Madam Pomfrey, he said. Yes. The record you made. The diagnostic report. He turned his head to look at her. Can I have a copy? Already wrote it out for you, she said, and pulled the folded parchment from her robe pocket, where it had been since 4 in the morning. I thought you might want it. He took it and held it without opening it, the way you hold something you're not quite ready to look at yet. Thank you, he said. She was not, she discovered, going to be the one who cried. She was absolutely not going to be the one who cried. Rest, she said, very professionally. You still need another 12 hours at minimum. She went to her office and was very professional in there too, quietly and entirely on her own. The owl arrived at 10:30. It was a school owl, one of the nondescript brown ones from the Ollery, and it landed on Harry's windowsill with a letter that smelled like the library. Harry broke the seal, no crest, just a wax blob pressed with the edge of a ring he recognized as Hermione's signet, and unfolded the parchment. Harry, Ron told me what happened, the short version. He's still shaking, honestly, I think it's delayed shock, also your dormitory smells like you had a swim in something unpleasant. I'm writing because I'm awake and Madame Pomfrey gave me paper but she won't let me out of bed yet, something about recovery protocols, and the nature of basilisk venom even via indirect petrification, which honestly I think she's being slightly overcautious about but I know better than to say so. Are you alright? And I don't mean that in the general way, I mean it specifically. You look different. Ron said you looked different too when he saw you through the window. He described it as weird, which is not helpful, but I've been thinking about it and I think what he means is that you seem like you've decided something. Right back. He turned the letter over, borrowed a quill and ink from Pomfrey's spare supply on the nightstand, and wrote back without overthinking it. Hermione, I'm fine. Pomfrey's keeping me until tomorrow morning at least. You're right about the thing I look like I've decided. I did decide something. Multiple things, actually. Pomfrey ran a diagnostic scan when I came in. I need to tell you what it found in person, it's not something I want to put in a letter yet. But it's big. It changes things. Can you get to the hospital wing tonight? Pomfrey's on your side, I think. Tell her I asked. Also, don't tell Ron yet. I'll explain why in person. Harry he folded it, and the school owl, remarkably cooperative for a school owl, took it without fuss. He watched it disappear out the window. Fawkes made a thoughtful sound from the headboard. I know, Harry said. Ron's going to be complicated. The phoenix made another sound that might have been understatement. His family loves Dumbledore. Harry stared at the window. His whole family. His mum sends Dumbledore Christmas cards. Percy wants to be Dumbledore when he grows up. He thought about it. Or maybe the Minister for Magic. Same general energy. He turned the diagnostic parchment over in his hands for what must have been the 10th time without opening it. Then, in the late morning light with Fawkes warm and steady above his head, he unfolded it and actually read it. It was precise, technical language. Pomfrey had worked in a hospital before Hogwarts and her documentation style showed it. Each of the 39 redirects catalogued by type, by approximate age of installation, by the magical methodology used. She'd noted the signature match. She'd noted that the earliest installations appeared to predate Harry's development of intentional magical ability, meaning they'd been placed on a non-expressing magical child, which had a separate notation beside it in her handwriting, CST. Mungo's Ethical Guidelines, Section 4, paragraphs 2 through 8. She'd made it a legal document. She'd done it on purpose, and she'd done it carefully, and she'd done it at 4 a.m. when she could have been sleeping. He thought about Dumbledore's face when he'd said why 3 years old. The way the question had landed. Dumbledore had an answer for everything. Harry had spent 2 years watching him produce answers with the ease of a conjurer producing rabbits. He hadn't produced one for that. Harry filed that away and kept reading. The section on what the redirects had been doing was the one Pomfrey had written in the plainest language, perhaps deliberately. Ongoing autonomous loyalty suppression. Subject's natural tendency to question, resist, or re-evaluate authority figures identified as primary redirected toward Dumbledore. APWB subject's instinctive threat assessment functions show systematic dampening when directed toward the redirected individual. Subject's capacity for independent emotional allegiance significantly restricted. He read that twice. Capacity for independent emotional allegiance significantly restricted. He thought about every time he'd been in Dumbledore's office and felt, beneath whatever practical business they were discussing, a fundamental rightness about the man, not just respect, the way you respected a teacher, but something deeper, something that had felt more like it was built into him than felt. He thought about every time someone had said something critical of Dumbledore and felt that instinctive pull of disagreement before he'd even processed the words. He thought about how it had never once occurred to him, in 2 years of strange and dangerous things happening at this school, to meaningfully question whether the man running it was making choices Harry would actually agree with if he thought about them clearly. He folded the parchment and put it under his pillow. He felt very calm, which surprised him. He'd expected to feel angry, and the anger was there, but it was underneath something steadier, a kind of cold, clear-eyed assessment that felt new, or rather, felt like it had always been there and had simply been muffled. He thought about the life he'd had before Hogwarts, the cupboard, the Dursleys, the way he'd never been able to explain why he'd always known, on some level, that the life he was living was wrong and that something had been taken from him, though he'd had no framework to understand what. He'd thought that was about his parents. Maybe it was partly about this too. The door opened, and Hermione came in at 11:15, moving faster than someone should move who'd been petrified for several months and had only received the antidote the previous evening. "Sit down before Pomfrey sees you moving like that," Harry said. "I'm fine," she said, dropping into the chair beside his bed with the slightly unfocused focus of someone running purely on adrenaline and intellectual urgency. "Also, I told her you specifically requested my presence and she said, and I quote, 10 minutes and don't excite him. So talk fast." She looked at him properly. "You look different." "So people keep saying." "Not bad different. Just, different. Like you've moved furniture." She shook her head. "What did the scan find?" He told her. He started from the beginning, Pomfrey's diagnostic, the specific number, the range of dates, the magical methodology, and he watched her face move through about 6 different emotional states in less than 3 minutes. Surprise into disbelief into a very specific kind of painful processing that meant she was trying to fit new information into a worldview it didn't fit into, and the worldview was bending. 39, she said. 39. Since you were 3. The oldest ones. There were more recent ones too. She was quiet for a moment. Hermione Granger quiet was a specific and somewhat alarming phenomenon, because she was almost never quiet. "Did he, when you talked to him this morning," he started explaining why it was for my protection. "But he didn't deny it." "No." Harry picked at the edge of his pillowcase. "He didn't deny it." She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, thinking with her whole body the way she always did when something had fully caught her brain. "The implications of this are enormous. Harry, loyalty binding magic on a minor is, I mean I'd have to check, but I'm fairly certain it's heavily regulated, possibly outright illegal," Harry said. Pomfrey's report references St. Mungo's ethical guidelines. Section 4. Hermione stared at him. "You read the actual report." "I had 12 hours and a Quidditch book." He paused. "The Quidditch book wasn't very good." She almost smiled, which was an achievement given the circumstances. Then she settled back into the serious expression. What are you going to do? And there it was, the question. Not what are you going to do about Voldemort, not what are you going to do about the chamber, but what are you going to do about this thing that had been done to him specifically, and what that question meant, and who it was being asked by. Because it was being asked by Hermione, who had been in Dumbledore's corner without qualification since the first day she'd entered the magical world, whose entire worldview was built in part on the reliable goodness of the people in charge of things, and she was asking him what are you going to do and meaning it as a real and open question. I'm going to understand everything first, he said. Before I do anything. I want to know everything there is to know about what was done to me, and why, and how, and who else knew. Then I'll figure out the next move. He looked at her steadily. I was hoping you'd help with the research part. Obviously, she said, like he'd suggested something slightly insulting by asking. I'll start tonight. There has to be material on loyalty-binding magic in the restricted section. The whole point of making something restricted is that the information exists. Someone just decided. She stopped, processed something. Don't tell me yet, she said. About why I shouldn't tell Ron yet. I think I know, and I think if you tell me out loud I'll feel worse about it, and I'd rather just act on what I suspect. He nodded. Okay. She stood up, already mentally somewhere in the restricted section. Harry. Yeah. She looked at him with the particular expression she had when she'd arrived at an opinion she hadn't started the conversation holding. I always thought, I mean he's Dumbledore. Everyone thinks, she stopped again. I should have thought harder, she said, as if this were a personal failing she intended to correct immediately. You're thinking hard now, he said. She left before Pomfrey could come to enforce the 10-minute rule. Harry lay back on the pillow and looked at the ceiling. Fawkes made a very quiet sound directly above his head, something that in a human voice might have been good. The hospital wing was quiet. Through the window he could see the Hogwarts grounds in early June light, green and ordinary looking, the lake mirror still, the sky the kind of blue that showed up in the gaps of everything difficult and made the world look manageable for a moment. He thought about what it would mean to go through the rest of his time at Hogwarts like this. He thought about the way Dumbledore had looked at him this morning, not offended, not guilty, but assessing. Recalibrating. The way a chess player looks at a board when a piece has moved in an unexpected direction. He thought about 39 threads, burning. He thought about what had been underneath them. He was a 12-year-old boy who had killed a basilisk yesterday and had woken up this morning feeling, for the first time, like someone was actually in his own body making his own choices. It was, he thought, a reasonably good place to start. By the time evening fell and the hospital wing filled with the quieter sounds of the castle settling into night, Harry had done 3 things. He had finished Pomfrey's diagnostic report twice more, the second time making notes on a spare piece of parchment about specific questions he wanted answered. He had spent 45 minutes having a conversation with Fawkes that was entirely one-sided in terms of actual language but had felt, somehow, more communicative than most conversations he had with people. And he had decided, in the clear and particular way that decisions settle into place when nothing is artificially steering you away from them, that he was done being steered. Not by Dumbledore. Not by the Ministry. Not by the expectations of the magical world, which had decided what he was and what he was for before he was old enough to have an opinion about it. The diagnostic parchment was back under his pillow. The notes he'd made were folded inside it. Fawkes was warm on the headboard. The door opened briefly and he heard Pomfrey's voice in the corridor, firm, politely immovable, telling someone that visiting hours were over and the patients were resting and she was sorry, headmaster, but she ran her ward on a strict schedule for very good medical reasons. He heard Dumbledore's voice, pleasant and understanding, saying of course. He heard the door close again. He heard Pomfrey's footsteps, measured, professional, entirely controlled, going back toward her office. He lay in the dark with the phoenix above him and the diagnostic under his pillow and something new and clear and entirely his own taking the shape it was going to take, and he did not feel afraid of whatever came next. He felt something considerably more useful than afraid. He felt ready. Chapter 2, Loose Threads. The library opened at 8 in the morning and Hermione was there at 7:59. Madame Pants watched her come through the door with the expression of someone who had long since stopped being surprised by this particular student and had moved into a kind of resigned appreciation. Hermione went straight past the main stacks, past the study tables where 2 seventh years were already bent over Transfiguration texts, past the section on charms theory and the one on magical creatures and the long shelf of Hogwarts, a history in its various editions, and stopped in front of the restricted section gate. She had a note. Pomfrey had written it, in that same crisp documentation hand, citing medical necessity and research into magical interference with developing magical cores, which was technically accurate and would have made Pants ask no questions even if she'd been inclined to ask questions, which she wasn't, because the note was from Pomfrey and Pants had been at Hogwarts long enough to know which staff members you didn't trifle with. The gate opened. Hermione went in with a list and a purpose. She emerged 2.5 hours later with 6 books, 2 of which she wasn't entirely certain she'd been meant to find, and a look on her face that the 2 seventh years correctly identified as meaning they should probably not talk to her right now. She sat down at a table in the far corner, opened the first book, and started reading with the focus of someone who had decided that understanding something completely was the most important thing she could possibly do with her time. The books were technical. The one on directed loyalty magic was the driest, written by a ministry researcher in the 1930s, cataloging the various forms, applications, and ethical frameworks, the last section of which was titled Limitations and Legal Considerations and was twice as long as any other section in the book. She read that section 3 times. She took 4 pages of notes. The book on magical core development in children was harder reading, not technically but emotionally, because it was very specific about what happened to a magical child's natural development when external influences were introduced during the early formative years, and the language was clinical but the implications were not. She made herself read it slowly, made herself follow every reference she didn't immediately understand, made herself sit with the parts that made her stomach turn rather than skimming past them. By the time the clock over the main doors read 11:30, she had a full picture. Not a comfortable one. Harry got out of the hospital wing at 9 in the morning against Pomfrey's stated preference and her actual silent agreement, because they both understood that keeping him in a bed in a room Dumbledore could access at will was not strategically ideal, and Pomfrey was, Harry had concluded, someone who thought strategically even when she pretended to be thinking purely medically. Fawkes came with him. This caused some comment in the corridors. A phoenix following a second year to breakfast was not a common sight, but Harry found that he didn't particularly mind the staring. He minded it less than he used to, actually. The staring had always had that low-grade uncomfortable quality, like wearing slightly wrong-sized clothes, and now it just felt like information about how other people were oriented rather than something that needed to be managed. Ron was at the Gryffindor table looking like he'd slept about 4 hours, which was accurate, and like he'd been waiting for Harry, which was also accurate. Mate. Ron stood up when Harry came in, the way he always did when something was important enough to override casual behavior. You all right? You look different, Harry said, sitting down. Yes. I've been told. Not bad different. Ron sat back down and pushed the toast toward him. Fawkes landed on the bench between them, which made Ron's eyes go wide. Why is Fawkes? He's staying with me for a while. Ron looked at the phoenix, who regarded him with the calm patience of something several hundred years old meeting a 12-year-old for the 4th time. Does Dumbledore know? Dumbledore knows. Harry poured himself tea and drank half of it before saying anything else. He was aware of being watched by most of the Gryffindor table, some of the Ravenclaw one, and from across the hall by a cluster of Slytherins who he suspected were waiting to see what happened next given that Harry Potter had killed a basilisk yesterday and come to breakfast accompanied by a phoenix. How are you doing? After everything. Ron was quiet for a moment in the particular way he was quiet when he was deciding whether to be honest. Ginny's okay, he said finally, which was an answer to a slightly different question. Mom took her home this morning. She owed me. He stared at his plate. She cried a lot. In the letter, I mean. Mom. She doesn't usually, she's more of a shout-first person. Yeah. She said something about Dumbledore. Ron's voice shifted, went careful. In the letter. She said she was glad Dumbledore had been there. That she'd always trusted him to keep us safe. He picked up a piece of toast and put it down again. She really does. My whole family. It's like, Dad talks about him the way some people talk about, I don't know. Something you just believe in. Harry looked at Ron for a moment. He thought about Hermione's note under his dormitory pillow. He thought about the conversation he'd decided not to have yet. I know, he said. Which was not a lie. What was it like? Ron said. Down there. In the chamber. He'd asked this last night too, through the window, and Harry had given him the short version. Ron had the look of someone who wanted the longer one. So Harry told him. He told him about the chamber itself, about Ginny's robes and Tom Riddle's diary and the way the Sorting Hat's sword had been there when he'd needed it. He told him about the basilisk and the Fong and the phoenix tears and Riddle's face dissolving into smoke. He told it straight, without dramatics, and watched Ron's expression move from focused listening to something raw. You should have died, Ron said, when Harry finished. Not accusatory. Just honest. Probably, Harry agreed. Why didn't you? Harry looked at Fawkes. Luck, partially. And Fawkes. He paused. And maybe the fact that whatever Riddle thought he knew about me, he'd been working with outdated information. Ron frowned. What does that mean? Not sure yet, Harry said, which was close enough to true. Still working it out. Ron accepted this because he was, despite everything, a fairly good friend. He picked up his toast and actually ate it this time, and they sat in a silence that was comfortable in the way breakfast silences can be, functional, warm, not requiring much of either party. Fawkes made a small sound and helped himself to a sausage from the serving plate, which made Ron laugh despite himself, which was the first time Harry had heard Ron laugh in about 3 days, and that felt like something worth noting. He found Hermione in the library at noon. She looked up from a stack of books that would have been alarming in volume coming from anyone else and said, "Sit down. I have things to tell you and some of them are going to make you angry." Some of them already have, he said, sitting across from her. She'd organized her notes into sections. He could see from the way the parchment was arranged that she'd been at this for hours with the full resources of her organizational instincts, which were considerable. She didn't launch into it immediately, which was unusual. Hermione normally dove straight into information, but instead looked at him with that particular expression she had when she was deciding how to lead with something. The magic itself, she said. Loyalty redirection. It's real, it's documented, and it's been practiced historically, though it's been heavily restricted since 1943. There are 37 variants catalogued in the literature. Most of the ones used on you, she paused, adjusted, moved past whatever she was feeling about that phrase, most of the ones the diagnostic identified match variant 12 and variant 19, which are the subtlest forms. The ones that are hardest to detect because they don't change surface behavior or memory. They work on the instinctive level only. Like adjusting a compass needle without changing the map, Harry said. Exactly like that. She pushed a sheet of notes toward him. The method used on a pre-expressing magical child, which is what the earliest ones were, requires direct physical access and a fairly high level of skill. It's not something you could do at a distance. Someone had to be physically present with you. Harry thought about being 3 years old at Privet Drive. About who visited. About Dumbledore arriving on a motorcycle, no, that was Hagrid, with Sirius's motorcycle, about the night his parents died, about the days after. He visited, Harry said. After my parents died. He's the one who placed me with the Dursleys. Hermione nodded. She'd arrived at the same conclusion. The timing of the first installations matches, she said carefully. The first few months after the Potters died, Dumbledore would have been the primary person with access to you. While I was with Hagrid, Harry said slowly. Or just after. Or during, she said, equally carefully. They looked at each other. Hagrid didn't know, Harry said. It wasn't a question. It was important to him, and he knew it, and he decided he was allowed to know it. Hagrid had carried him across the country on a motorcycle as a baby and had brought him his first birthday cake and had cried when he'd seen him off on the train. Hagrid didn't know. No, Hermione agreed quietly. I don't think Hagrid knew. She pulled another sheet over. The ongoing installations, the ones layered in over the years, some of those could be done more subtly. Proximity is still necessary, but contact isn't. Dumbledore was at King's Cross every September. Harry. He was at the Dursleys sometimes, in the years before Hogwarts. There are documented visits in records I found in the school archive. She stopped. There's an archive, in the library, about Hogwarts students. It includes welfare visits for students considered at risk or from problematic home situations. Dumbledore personally conducted yours. Harry absorbed that. He visited and reinforced them. It looks that way. She leaned forward. Harry, the more recent ones, the ones from this year, those are different in nature. They're not loyalty redirects specifically. They're more like. She checked her notes, compliance smoothers. Spells that dull the instinct to question or resist a specific authority figure. The diagnostic classifies them as a subtype of the loyalty redirects, but they're functionally slightly different. He did those recently. Start of term, she said. The diagnostic suggested September. Harry thought about September, about the start of term feast, about Dumbledore moving through the hall greeting students. About the way he always made a point of saying hello to Harry specifically, a hand on the shoulder sometimes, a warm word. His jaw tightened slightly. Does it say anywhere, he said, what the effects look like when they're removed? She checked her notes. Some literature on the subject suggests a period of recalibration. The person's natural instincts reassert themselves, which can involve reassessing relationships and authorities that were previously accepted without examination. She looked up. Essentially, everything you've been doing since this morning. So I'm not angry because the magic's gone haywire, Harry said. I'm angry because the magic's gone and this is what I actually think. Yes. She held his gaze. Which means no one can tell you that your current perspective is a side effect or a symptom. It isn't. It's you. That landed. He let it. What do you think? He asked her. Not about the research, about the whole thing. Hermione was quiet for a moment. She'd had 5 hours of sitting alone with books and her own thoughts, which for Hermione was an eternity, and something had clearly settled in her during that time, because when she answered her voice was steady and decided. I think he's brilliant, she said. I think he's the most magically gifted person in the world, probably, and I think he's spent 60 or 70 years being the person in every room who sees furthest and knows most, and I think at some point he decided that made him the right person to make decisions for other people. She picked up her quill and put it down again. And I think that once you've decided that, you can justify almost anything. Because you're always working toward the greater good. There's always a reason. The reasons are always real reasons, they're just, she stopped. They're not his reasons to have, she said finally. Not about you. Harry nodded. There's something else, she said. There usually is when you use that tone. She almost smiled again. I found a reference to a case from 1952. A different wizard, not Dumbledore, someone else entirely, who was prosecuted at the Wisengamot for performing loyalty-binding magic on a minor without parental consent. He was sentenced to Azkaban. She met Harry's eyes. 7 years. The library was quiet around them. Dust motes moved in a column of light from the high windows. Right, Harry said. I'm not telling you what to do with that information, she said carefully. I'm just making sure you have it. I know. He looked at the stack of books. Can I borrow these? I already wrote out all the relevant passages. Notes are yours. She pushed the neat stack of parchments across the table. Harry. What about Dumbledore's reasons? For all of it. Even if the method was wrong, is it possible he had a reason that makes it okay? Harry said, not unkindly. That makes it explicable, she said carefully. There might be something we don't know. About Voldemort, about the prophecy, Hermione. He waited until she was looking at him. If there is a reason, a real one, a good one, I want to hear it from him, directly, with nothing installed in me to make me find it convincing before he's finished explaining. He picked up the notes she'd written. Right now, I don't know what I'd believe and what I'd only believe because 39 spells told me to. She considered that. Then she nodded once, which was her version of "you're right and I'm adjusting my position." Fair, she said. Fawkes, who had been sitting on the back of Harry's chair throughout this conversation with the stillness of a very large, very warm bookend, made a brief sound. Hermione looked at the Phoenix with a complicated expression. He really just left Dumbledore, she said. Just like that. He burned the redirects and flew to my bed, Harry said. I don't know if that's leaving permanently or just a statement, but he's been with me since. Hermione looked at Fawkes for a long moment, with the particular expression she had when she was trying to understand the motivations of something she found genuinely puzzling. Phoenixes bond voluntarily, she said, almost to herself. They can't be compelled. The bond works both ways. A phoenix won't stay with someone whose moral compass they can't align with. She paused. The literature says a phoenix abandoning a bond is extraordinarily rare. It's essentially a character judgment. I know, Harry said. That means Fawkes looked at what Dumbledore did and decided, yes. She looked at the phoenix for another long moment. Fawkes returned her gaze with serene gold eyes and then, with great deliberateness, leaned forward and very gently took a single piece of parchment from her stack in his beak and placed it in front of Harry. It was the page of notes about the 1952 case. They both stared at it. Well, Hermione said. Right then. Dumbledore did not come to find Harry again that day, which was itself a kind of information. He came the next morning instead, and he came to the Great Hall at breakfast, which was a different choice from coming to the hospital wing, more public, more witnesses, more structure. Harry noticed this and what it implied. Dumbledore had spent a day thinking about how to approach this and had decided that a public, casual setting gave him advantages. He sat down across from Harry with the ease of a man who had breakfast in the Great Hall with students all the time, which he didn't. Good morning, Harry. He looked at Fawkes on the bench beside Harry, who looked back with the impassive dignity of someone who had heard everything that needed to be said. I wonder if we might talk. We're talking now, Harry said. I meant somewhere more, private. Harry spread jam on his toast. I don't think that serves either of us particularly well at the moment, Professor. I'm happy to talk here. The Great Hall was filling up around them. Not many students paid obvious attention. Dumbledore at the Gryffindor table was unusual, but Dumbledore doing unusual things was itself not unusual, but Harry was aware of eyes, aware of the way conversations around them had gone slightly quieter. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. His voice was low and warm and carefully calibrated. Harry, I understand you're upset. What you found, what Poppy's skin found, I imagine it's deeply disorienting. Not particularly, Harry said. It's clarifying, actually. A small pause. I want you to understand that everything I've done has been in service of your protection and the protection of the wizarding world. There is a war coming, Harry, not yet, perhaps, but coming, and there are preparations that must be made. Can I ask you something? Dumbledore stopped, patient as stone. Of course. When I was sorted, Harry said, the hat took a long time. I remember thinking it was deciding between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Is that accurate? A fractional pause. The sorting hat makes its own assessments. But you spoke with it beforehand, Harry said. Every year, before term starts, you have a conversation with the hat. It's part of the ritual. He picked up his tea. Did you ask it to sort me into Gryffindor? The silence was slightly longer this time. The hat's sorting decisions, did you ask? Harry said, pleasantly, precisely. I may have, Dumbledore said carefully, expressed that it would be beneficial for you to be surrounded by certain influences and relationships. Harry put down his tea. So. The hat, the loyalty redirects, the annual welfare visits. You've been arranging things since I was 1 year old. Guiding, Dumbledore said gently. Not controlling. Guiding. With magic that specifically targets autonomous judgment, Harry said. That's a strange definition of guidance. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, really looked, the way he hadn't since Harry had woken up in the hospital wing, the twinkle in his eyes gone still, something much more serious underneath it. You are very different this morning, he said. You mean I'm asking questions? I mean, Dumbledore said quietly, that you are asking these questions, in this way, with this clarity. 2 days ago you would not have. 2 days ago I had 39 spells telling me not to, Harry said. Fawkes removed them. You know this. Fawkes acted, he stopped. Something moved across his face. Something that was almost pain, and Harry watched it carefully because he suspected it was real. I did not intend for you to feel deceived, Dumbledore said. Everything I did was meant to keep you safe and to ensure that when the time came, you would be ready and willing to do what was necessary. Ready and willing, Harry repeated. Ready and willing to do what, specifically? And there it was. The question that sat at the center of everything. Because the answer to it, whatever it was, had been the reason for 39 redirects and annual magical tune-ups and sorted houses and carefully managed relationships and all of it, and Harry did not yet know the answer to it, and he suspected that whatever the answer was, it was going to matter more than almost anything else. Dumbledore did not answer. He looked at Harry with an expression that was, for the first time since Harry had known him, genuinely unreadable. I'd like you to think very carefully, he said finally, before you take actions you cannot take back. I'd like you, Harry said, to consider that that's exactly what you should have told yourself. He stood up, picked up his toast, and tucked the notes Hermione had written into his robe pocket. I'm going to class, Professor. Thank you for breakfast. He walked away from the table with Fawkes beside him and felt Dumbledore's gaze on his back all the way to the door and did not turn around. Snape was standing in the corridor outside the potions classroom at 10:30, watching Harry and Fawkes approach with an expression that, for Snape, was remarkably free of hostility. The hostility was still there. It was always there with Snape, ambient as cold air in a stone corridor. But underneath it there was something more complicated, and Harry, operating with his instincts fully intact for the first time, was noticing things about Snape he hadn't paid attention to before. Potter, Snape said. Professor. The Phoenix. Snape's eyes moved to Fawkes with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read. Traveling with you now? It seems so. Snape said this in the specific way he said when he was processing something and didn't want to let on that he was processing it. He pushed the classroom door open. In. You're almost late. Harry went in. The rest of the class was already seated, they'd been giving him a wide berth all morning, not maliciously but with the particular caution people applied to someone who'd recently been in a life-threatening situation and was now apparently traveling with a phoenix. He sat down at his usual bench. Fawkes settled on the worktable beside his cauldron with an air of calm interest. Snape swept to the front of the room, robes dramatic as always, and began talking about the strengthening solution they'd been working on before everything had exploded. Then he stopped mid-sentence, looked at Harry with an expression that was too carefully neutral to be casual, and said, Potter. Stay after class. The class went normally, which was to say Harry's potion was competent and not spectacular, and Snape managed 2 cutting remarks about Neville's disastrous attempt with the armadillo bile. At the end, when everyone else filed out, Harry stayed in his seat and waited, and Fawkes waited with him. Snape closed the door. He stood at the front of the room for a moment without speaking, which was unusual, and then sat on the edge of his desk, which was more unusual still, because Snape did not sit on desks. "I want to be clear," Snape said, "that this conversation is not happening because I care about your feelings or your personal development or any of the other saccharine nonsense Dumbledore has spent 7 years performing for the benefit of this school." "Understood," Harry said. "I am having it because there are things it is in my interest for you to know." He looked at Harry with flat black eyes that contained a lot of things they never showed. "Pomfrey's diagnostic results went into the school records. I have access to school records." Harry said nothing. Waited. "What was done to you," Snape said, "was not unprecedented. Dumbledore has always believed that sufficient motivation justifies most means. He is, in many respects, the most morally complex person I have ever met, and I do not say that as a compliment." He paused. "I also say it as someone who has had his own experience of Dumbledore's talent for making arrangements without full disclosure." Harry looked at him steadily. "He arranged things with you too." "He does not arrange things with people," Snape said precisely. "He arranges people." He stood back up, because sitting on the desk had apparently satisfied its function as an equalizing gesture, and he was now reverting to his natural state of vertical and slightly imposing. "I am going to tell you 3 things, Potter. You may do what you like with them." Harry nodded. "First, the Sorting Hat conversation occurs every year, as you apparently already know. I was in the staff room when he had it before your year. He was specific about you. He was also specific about Longbottom and about the Weasley girl, 2 years ago." He paused. "He is not specific about every student. Only certain ones he considers significant." Harry filed that away and what it implied for Neville and Ginny and whoever else fell into that category. "Second, there is a prophecy. I know some of it, not all. What I know is that it concerns you and the Dark Lord and that Dumbledore has known its contents since before you were born." He stopped. "I am not going to tell you what I know of it, because what I know is partial, and partial information about a prophecy is more dangerous than none. But I am telling you it exists, because you should know that everything, the redirects, the placement, the arrangements, everything was built around it." The word fell into the room like a stone into still water. Prophecy. Harry sat with it for a moment. "And the third thing?" Snape looked at him for a long, evaluating moment. The black eyes moved to Fawkes briefly, then back. "Sirius Black is in Azkaban," he said. "He was placed there without a trial." Harry stared at him. "No trial," he said slowly. "None." Something moved across Snape's face, not satisfaction, not quite, but the particular expression of someone correcting a record that has bothered them for a long time. "He was arrested at the scene of a crime, 12 Muggles dead, a street destroyed, Peter Pettigrew's finger the only thing recovered, and taken directly to Azkaban. No hearing. No Wisengamot review. Bartemius Crouch made the decision and it was expedited." "You're saying he might not have done it," Harry said. "I am saying he never had the opportunity to argue otherwise," Snape said, which was not quite the same thing, and they both knew it, and Snape's expression made clear that the distinction was intentional. "I disliked your father enormously, Potter. I dislike Sirius Black separately and on his own considerable merits. But I do not believe a man should rot in Azkaban without having been proven guilty by something more rigorous than the opinion of one ministry official." He turned away, moving back toward his desk with the deliberate economy of motion that characterized all his movement. "Class dismissed," he said, as if the class had technically been ongoing the whole time. "Do not be late on Thursday." Harry stood up. Fawkes lifted off the worktable. "Professor," Harry said, at the door. Snape didn't turn around. "Why?" Harry said. "Why are you telling me this now?" A pause. Snape was still facing away. Because until 48 hours ago, he said, telling you would have been useless. You would have processed it through 39 filters and arrived at whatever conclusion those filters allowed. A longer pause. And because I have spent 11 years watching the headmaster manage you from a distance like a chess piece he's particularly fond of, and I find I have reached my limit of that particular spectacle. He sat down at his desk and began reading something that absolutely wasn't relevant to anything they'd just discussed. Harry left. In the corridor, with Fawkes at his shoulder and the stone walls cool and solid around him, Harry stood for a moment and thought about Sirius Black, whom he'd never met, whose motorbike had carried him across a dark country when he was a baby, whose face grinned out of old photographs in ways that suggested someone who had loved James Potter the way Ron loved Harry, sitting in Azkaban for 11 years without a trial. He thought about Snape saying until 48 hours ago, telling you would have been useless. He thought about 39 filters dissolving in Phoenix fire. He pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill and sat down on a bench in an empty stretch of corridor, and Fawkes landed beside him and watched with patient gold eyes while Harry wrote the most important letter he'd composed in his life, with nothing guiding his hand but his own judgment. Dear Sirius, you don't know me. I mean, you do, but you haven't seen me since I was 1 year old, so I'm not sure that counts. I'm Harry. James and Lily's son. I know about Azkaban. I know about the trial you didn't get. I'm 12 years old and I just killed a basilisk and burned 39 loyalty spells out of my own magical core, and I'm sitting in a corridor at Hogwarts wondering what else I've been wrong about for my entire life. I have a phoenix now. His name is Fawkes. He used to belong to Dumbledore, until he decided he didn't. I'd like to talk to you if that's possible. I think we might have things to say to each other. Also, I don't believe you did it. I don't know enough yet to be certain, but I don't believe it. That matters to me, and I wanted you to know that someone in the world currently believes it. Harry James Potter. He folded it. He held it for a moment. He thought about the fact that Azkaban was guarded by Dementors and that ordinary owls couldn't get in and out without being intercepted, and that letters to prisoners were read by ministry officials before being delivered. He looked at Fawkes. Can you? He said. The phoenix looked at the letter. Looked at Harry. Made a sound that meant something like obviously. He took the letter in his beak, spread his wings, and flamed out in a burst of gold fire, gone between one breath and the next, and Harry sat alone in the corridor with the question of Sirius Black burning in the center of his chest. Ron found him at lunch. Ron had Fong with him on a leash, which was still odd because Fong was technically Hagrid's dog and was currently shedding aggressively on the flagstones, and the combination of Ron, Fong, and the agitated expression on Ron's face suggested that something had happened. You went to Snape voluntarily, Ron said, sitting down. On purpose. On purpose, you stayed after potions to talk to Snape. He asked me to stay, Harry said. That's not. Ron made a gesture. That's not better. Why would he had things to tell me. Ron stared at him. Snape. Had things to tell you. Helpful things. More or less. Ron absorbed this with the expression of a person whose worldview is coping with structural stress. Right, he said. Because that's normal. He looked at Fong, who had found something under the table and was eating it. Also Hagrid's really upset. About the chamber, and the roosters, and he's upset. He feels like he should've, I know. Harry made a note to visit Hagrid tonight. Tell him it wasn't his fault. None of it. He knows that up here, Ron said, tapping his temple. It's the other bit he's struggling with. They sat in silence for a moment. Fong emerged from under the table having dealt with whatever the something was and put his enormous head on Ron's knee. Harry, Ron said, in a different voice. What's actually going on? And I mean actually. He met Harry's eyes. Hermione's got that look she gets when she knows something she hasn't told me yet. You're being, he searched for it, strategic. Which isn't, I mean you're usually just, reactive. Harry offered. I was going to say instinctive. But yeah. Harry looked at his oldest friend. He thought about the Weasley family and their Christmas cards to Dumbledore. He thought about how deep it ran, not just respect, but the real bone-deep love of a family that had been protected and guided and kept safe by one man's decisions for longer than Ron had been alive. He thought about what it would feel like to be told that the person you trusted most had been doing something to someone you loved. He thought about the fact that Ron deserved to know. The question was only when and how. "Tomorrow," he said. "Can you find some time tomorrow? You, me, and Hermione. Somewhere quiet." Ron looked at him for a long moment. He was, despite the impression he sometimes gave, not slow. He knew when Harry was managing him, and he usually called it out, and the fact that he wasn't calling it out now meant he'd assessed the situation and decided to trust rather than push. "Yeah," he said. "Okay." Fawkes reappeared in a flash of gold at Harry's shoulder, which made Fong bark so loudly that 3 tables of students flinched, and Harry reached up automatically to steady the phoenix, and Fawkes was warm and solid and had clearly just traveled through fire to Azkaban and back like it was nothing because that was simply what phoenixes did. "Well?" Harry said, quietly, privately. Fawkes moved to his forearm. Opened his beak and let a small, perfectly folded piece of parchment fall into Harry's palm. It smelled like smoke and the sea. Harry unfolded it under the table, out of sight. The handwriting was shaky, years of cold and dark and dementors, but legible. Barely controlled. Like someone whose hands remembered how to write but had spent a long time forgetting. "Harry. You sound like your father." "That's not an insult," James would have loved to hear it. "I didn't do it. I need you to know that I need you to know that more than I've needed almost anything. I want to talk. I don't know how you managed this letter. I don't know how you found a way through, but I suspect your phoenix may be a more remarkable creature than even I remember. Tell me what you know and I'll tell you what I know, and between us we might make something that looks like the truth." Serious Harry folded it carefully. Put it in his robe pocket, against the diagnostic parchment and Hermione's notes, all of it building into something that didn't have a name yet but had mass and direction and the particular feeling of a plan that was actually going to go somewhere. He ate his lunch. Around him, Hogwarts moved through its ordinary afternoon. Classes and corridors and the familiar smell of the Great Hall, the sound of hundreds of students talking about things that weren't basilisks or loyalty spells or men in Azkaban without trials. Ordinary, mundane, continuous. Harry thought about Dumbledore saying there are preparations that must be made, and about Snape saying everything was built around it, and about a prophecy he hadn't heard yet that apparently determined the shape of his entire life. He thought about the difference between being prepared by someone else and preparing yourself. He thought that Sirius Black had been in Azkaban for 11 years and no one, not the Ministry, not the Order, not a single person with the power to act, had done anything about it, because it was easier to let the arrangement stand than to pull at the thread and see what unraveled. He was, Harry thought, very good at pulling threads now. He was very much looking forward to finding out what came loose. That evening, in the empty classroom on the 3rd floor that Hermione had designated their workspace, Harry spread everything out on a desk. The diagnostic report. Hermione's research notes. The 1952 precedent. Snape's 3 pieces of information written down from memory. Sirius's letter. A fresh piece of parchment for what they were going to do next. Hermione read through it all methodically. Fawkes sat on a desk and provided ambient warmth. The castle was quiet around them. "So," Hermione said, when she'd finished. "We have documented evidence of illegal magical interference with a minor, a prophecy we don't know the content of, and a man in Azkaban who was never tried. That's the current ledger, yes. And you want to pull all 3 threads simultaneously," Harry said. Carefully. But simultaneously. She looked at the spread of parchment. "The Sirius situation is the most urgent," she said. "If he's innocent, he is." Harry said it without qualification. "You can't know that yet," she said, gently. "You've had one letter. I know, Harry said. I'm telling you I believe it. I'm keeping those separate. He met her eyes. Hermione. He was put there without a trial. Even if he'd done it, that would be wrong. She absorbed that. You're right, she said. Of course you're right. I was processing it through old frameworks. Old habits. She picked up her quill. So. The Sirius situation is urgent because he's currently in Azkaban right now. The Dumbledore situation is important and needs to be handled carefully because he's the most powerful person at this school. The prophecy is something we need more information about before we can act on it. She started writing. Working backwards, prophecy is information gathering. Dumbledore is, she paused. What exactly is that? Confrontation. Negotiation. Accountability, Harry said. She wrote that down. And Sirius is, a problem I intend to solve, Harry said, before the end of this school year. Hermione looked up at him. The candlelight in the empty classroom made everything warm and slightly conspiratorial, which suited the moment. He can't get out of Azkaban, she said. Not without, the Dementors alone. Fawkes got a letter in and out, Harry said. He can move through fire. He travels instantly. He looked at the Phoenix. I think if there's a way to get Sirius out, Fawkes is part of it. Fawkes made a sound that was almost amusement. You'd need a legal argument too, Hermione said, and her brain had already engaged with the problem. He could see it, the particular forward lean of her shoulders when she was onto something tractable. If Sirius never had a trial, that trial can still theoretically be demanded. Under Wisengamot statute, a prisoner can petition for review if, I'd have to check the specific statute, but I know it exists, because I read it in a history of wizarding law last year, Hermione. Yes. Tomorrow. Research tomorrow. Tonight, just, help me think about the shape of it. She settled back. Looked at the spread of parchment. Looked at Harry. Okay, she said. Tell me what you see. So he told her. And she listened, and added, and pushed back where the logic was loose, and the candles burned lower, and Fawkes watched them both with the patient and particular gold attention of a creature who had seen empires rise and fall and was fairly confident these two 12-year-olds were going to be more interesting than most. The empty classroom smelled like parchment and possibility. Outside, Hogwarts slept. And in Harry's robe pocket, Sirius Black's shaky handwriting pressed against Pomfrey's careful documentation like two pieces of evidence finding each other in the dark. Chapter 3, The Prisoner's Letter. Sirius Black had not seen sunlight in 11 years. He remembered it the way you remember a word in a language you've half forgotten, the general shape of it, the warmth, the way it used to hit the Gryffindor common room windows in late afternoon and turn everything amber and lazy. He remembered James complaining about it getting in his eyes during studying, which was rich because James never studied near windows voluntarily, he just liked the excuse to stop. The letter had come in fire. That was the thing he kept returning to, not the words, though the words had done something to him he wasn't going to examine too closely because the Dementors were close enough to make genuine emotion dangerous, but the fire. Gold fire, phoenix fire, the kind that left no ash and no smell except something clean and impossible in the permanent cold damp of Azkaban. The fire had appeared in his cell like a small private sun, and the letter had simply been there, and the fire had gone, and Sirius had sat on the stone floor of his cell holding a folded piece of parchment for a very long time before he'd opened it. Harry. He'd read it 4 times before his hand stopped shaking enough to write back. The Dementors had come close during the reading, they always came when emotion crested, drawn by warmth the way sharks were drawn by blood. But Sirius had a trick that most Azkaban prisoners didn't have, which was that he could transform. A dog felt simpler things. The Dementors fed on complex human misery, and a large black dog lying on a cold floor, ears flat, holding a piece of parchment between his paws, was not giving them what they wanted. He'd learned this in the first year. It was the thing that had kept him sane while everything else eroded. He read Harry's letter again now in the grey pre-dawn light that barely qualified as light. The boy's handwriting was neat and slightly hasty, the handwriting of someone who wrote quickly because their thoughts moved fast. James had written the same way. James had also had the same instinct, that particular directness of getting to the actual point without preamble, without politeness, warming up to the real thing. James at 12 had also been terrifyingly perceptive when he stopped performing long enough to actually look at something. I've burned 39 loyalty spells out of my own magical core. Sirius had read that line 6 times. He sat with it in the grey cell and felt something that was unfamiliar enough that it took him a moment to identify it. Hope was a complicated thing in Azkaban. Most prisoners let it go because hope meant warmth, and warmth was what the Dementors ate. Sirius had kept a thin, cold version of it, the dog-thought variety, simple and persistent, more stubbornness than hope, but this was different. This was the specific and illuminating hope of someone watching a 12-year-old child he'd never met do something remarkable. The boy had pulled the threads himself. He'd woken up from a basilisk fong and gone directly to what are the questions I should be asking and then actually asked them. He hadn't been redirected. He hadn't been managed into compliance. He was free, and he knew it, and he was using it. Sirius transformed back to human, picked up his own quill from the small supply the prison allowed because refusing writing materials to prisoners was considered inhumane even by ministry standards, and started his second letter. He had a great deal to tell James Potter's son, and he was, after 11 years of enforced silence, very ready to start talking. The response came 2 days later, while Harry was eating breakfast. Fawkes appeared without warning in a soft bloom of flame over the Gryffindor table, which made several first-years shriek and Seamus Finnegan drop his porridge. The phoenix landed beside Harry's plate, dropped a folded piece of parchment, and accepted a piece of bacon with great dignity before relocating to the owl perch space at the end of the table. Harry palmed the letter without looking at it. Ron watched this with the expression he'd been wearing for several days now, which was the expression of someone who knew something was happening and had agreed to wait to be told but was finding the wait physically uncomfortable. "Tonight," he said. "Tonight," Harry confirmed. Ron went back to his porridge with the martyred patience of someone performing a significant character exercise. Hermione, across the table, had her arithmancy textbook open but wasn't reading it. She caught Harry's eye with a brief expression. He gave her a slight nod. She returned to the textbook, though the rate at which she wasn't turning pages suggested she was doing anything but reading it. Harry read the letter in the third-floor bathroom during his free period, with Fawkes on the windowsill and the door locked. Sirius wrote the way Harry had expected, fast and intense and sometimes veering sideways into something personal before catching himself and returning to the point. The handwriting was shaky in places but the thoughts were lucid, ordered, the thoughts of someone whose mind had been spending 11 years with nothing but itself and had arrived at considerable clarity on certain subjects. He wrote 4 pages. Harry read them twice. The first page was about the night the Potters died, not as Sirius had heard it reconstructed afterward, but as he'd lived it. He'd been the Potters' secret keeper, officially. Except that at the last moment, James and Sirius had switched. Peter Pettigrew had become the secret keeper instead, quietly, without anyone else knowing, because they'd thought the switch made them safer, who would suspect the less impressive friend? It had been Sirius's idea, which was the thing he lived with, the specific texture of the guilt that the Dementors fed on most hungrily, because if he hadn't suggested it, if they'd left the original arrangement, he stopped himself. Harry could see where he'd stopped, in the slight smear of ink where the quill had paused. It was Pettigrew who told Voldemort. Not me. I'd have died first, I did die, in every way that mattered, the night they died. When I found Pettigrew the night after, in that street, I had 12 muggles around me and Peter in front of me and I was going to kill him and I should have, and instead he blew up the street and cut off his own finger and transformed and ran. He's an animagus. He'd never registered it. A rat, small, brown, slightly threadbare. He'd been around us for years. He was good at being overlooked. They arrested me at the scene. 12 dead muggles, 1 missing finger, me standing in the smoke laughing. I was laughing because it was so absurd, because I'd been outwitted by a man I'd never fully respected, and it was so perfectly, terribly funny in the way only complete catastrophe can be funny. They took that as evidence of guilt. I suppose from the outside it looked exactly like what they assumed it was. No trial, Harry. Not even a hearing. Crouch signed the order and they took me straight there. The second page was about Dumbledore. I don't know what he did to you. 39 redirects is, I don't have the clinical language for what that is in terms of raw magical intervention, but I understand what it means. I knew Dumbledore for years. I was in the order. I watched him make decisions, good ones, brilliant ones, genuinely brilliant ones, and I watched him make other kinds of decisions and call those brilliant too, and the thing I noticed was that he was never wrong about the outcome. He could be wrong about the method, sometimes catastrophically, and then restructure the story of it afterwards so that even the people standing in the wreckage weren't entirely sure whether to feel wronged. He knew your parents trusted him. He knew they'd given him enormous access. I don't know exactly when he started with the redirects, before or after they died, but I know that the version of you he was building toward was the version that served his particular purpose best. I don't say this to devastate you. I say it because you asked for the truth and you can handle it, because you are obviously James's son and James could always handle the truth once someone stopped performing at him long enough to tell it. The third page was practical. Plans, specifics, what Harry needed to know about Pettigrew and where he might be found, and the Wisengamot statute on prisoner review that Hermione had already found reference to. Sirius had clearly spent 11 years memorizing every legal avenue available to him and had arrived at a set of precise requests that only required someone on the outside to act on them. You'd need a legal advocate with Wisengamot access. Not Dumbledore, he could petition on my behalf and hasn't, which tells you what you need to know about how useful my imprisonment is to his arrangements. Someone who operates outside that particular gravity. There's a solicitor, magical law, completely independent, named Griselda Marchbank's former clerk, now practicing under his own name, Tiberius Ogden's nephew, Peregrine. Not Tiberius himself, he's too tangled in ministry politics. Peregrine Ogden. He took 3 cases against the ministry in the 80s and won 2 of them. He's expensive and he's difficult and he's exactly what we need. Keep writing. Through Fawkes if you can manage it. I need to hear from you again. Sirius. The 4th page was not about plans. It was short, barely half a page, and the handwriting was different, less controlled. Harry almost skipped it. He read it anyway. Your mother used to do this thing where she'd argue a position she didn't entirely believe just to see if it held up under examination. She'd pick the harder side of an argument and defend it until someone broke it down properly, and then she'd say, "Good, now I know where the weaknesses are." James thought it was maddening. I thought it was the clearest thinking I'd ever seen. You wrote to me without being certain I was innocent. You told me you believed it but kept the uncertainty separate from the belief. That's her. That's Lily Potter's way of thinking, right there in your letter, and I don't know if anyone's told you that you have her brain as well as James's hair, and it seemed like something you should know. I'm glad you're free, Harry. I'm glad someone burned those bloody things. Harry sat on the bathroom floor for a while after he finished reading. He wasn't going to examine too carefully what it felt like to have someone who'd known both his parents tell him which parts of him came from which of them. He folded that away to look at later, when he had the privacy and time for it. He stood up, washed his face, and went to find Hermione. The 3 of them met in the room of requirement that evening, which Hermione had discovered in a particularly determined bout of castle exploration 2 days earlier and had told them about with the satisfied expression of someone who had found exactly the resource they needed at exactly the right time. The room gave them a round table, 3 chairs, a fireplace, and, perhaps because Fawkes was present and it was being helpful, a small warming brazier in the corner that gave off the same quality of light as Phoenix fire. Harry spread everything out on the table. The diagnostic report, Hermione's research, Sirius's letters, and the new notes Harry had made summarizing what he'd learned from Snape. Ron read all of it. He read slowly. He was a slow reader generally, but this was different slow, the slow of someone choosing to take in every word because every word mattered and he wasn't going to let himself skim past the hard parts. Harry watched him and didn't say anything. Hermione, beside him, was also quiet, which was her own form of respect for what Ron was working through. Ron finished Pomfrey's diagnostic report. He put it down and stared at the table for a moment. 39, he said. Yes, Harry said. Since you were 3. The oldest ones. Ron looked up. His face was doing something complicated, not the simple, clean anger Harry might have expected, because Ron's relationship with Dumbledore ran through his whole family and clean anger wasn't available to him. It was something that had to fight its way through a lot of other things first. He's been, for your entire life, you've been, the thing you said about the compass. The one that only points one direction. Yes. So all those times you defended him. All those times you, Ron stopped. Picked it up differently. And you genuinely, it wasn't just respect or whatever, there was magic making you, not making me think what I thought, Harry said carefully. Making me not question it. There's a difference. Ron said. Yes. Harry had thought about this for 3 days. If someone puts a lock on a door, they haven't told you there's nothing behind it. They've just made it harder to look. He turned the mug of tea on the table around once. Everything I thought about Dumbledore, I thought it. It was real. He's brilliant and he's done real good and I don't think that's nothing. But there's a version of him I should have been able to question and couldn't, and now I can, and what I find when I look at it is, he paused, chose the word carefully, different from what I was seeing before. Ron sat with that. He picked up Sirius's letter, the first one, the factual one, and read parts of it again. Pettigrew, he said, at a page near the bottom. A ratanimagus, Harry said. Small, brown, missing a toe. Ron went very still in a particular way. Ron, Hermione said, noticing it too. Scabbers, Ron said. Harry stared at him. What? My rat. Ron's voice had gone strange and flat. Percy's rat before mine. We've had him for, Mom got him when Bill started at Hogwarts. 12 years ago. 13. He looked at Harry. Harry. Rats don't live 12 years. The room went quiet except for the fire. He's missing a toe, Ron said. Scabbers. Front paw. Has been for as long as I can remember. I always thought a garden tool or something, when he was young, he stopped. Looked at the letter again. Sirius says Pettigrew cut off his own finger. To fake his death, Hermione said slowly. She had the look of someone whose brain had just made a connection that was deeply unpleasant but undeniable. He'd need to leave something behind if he was going to disappear. A finger would be enough. And then he transformed, and needed somewhere safe to hide, Harry said. For 12 years. A wizarding family, Hermione said, following it. Somewhere he could hear things, know things, be comfortable and kept. Somewhere that if Sirius ever got out of Azkaban and looked for him, she stopped. No one would look at a child's pet, Ron finished. They looked at each other. Where is he right now? Harry said. Dormitory, Ron said. His voice had gone very flat, in the way it went flat when he was managing something that threatened to be large. In the cage. He's been strange this year, actually. Jumpy. Losing weight. I thought he was just old. He's been scared, Hermione said. Because Sirius is in Azkaban, but the fact that Harry's at Hogwarts means, she looked at Harry. If Voldemort ever came back properly, Pettigrew would be the one who could restore him. Pettigrew was his man. And Pettigrew's been in this school, Harry said slowly. All year. Fawkes made a sound from the corner that was short and hard, the same note Pomfrey had described, the one that resonated in your back teeth. We need him, Harry said. Before he runs. He looked at Ron. I know what I'm asking. Ron looked at his hands. He was quiet for a moment, processing what it meant that a man who might be innocent was in Azkaban while the man who might actually be guilty had been sleeping in Ron's dormitory. Harry watched his friend's face work through it and didn't rush him. My family trusted Dumbledore, Ron said finally. It wasn't an accusation. It was something being put down, carefully, with both hands, the way you put down something you've been carrying for too long. For years. Dad always said he was the only thing standing between us and they were right, in some ways, he stopped. Started differently. But if Pettigrew was with us. If that rat, if Mum and Dad knew there was a man who betrayed the Potters living in our house for 12 years and Dumbledore, the flat voice cracked slightly and he made it level again through visible effort. Did he know? About Pettigrew being alive? Harry looked at him. I don't know. That's a question I intend to ask. Directly? Hermione said. Very, Harry said. Ron picked up his mug, drank, put it down. Okay, he said. What do we do about Scabbers? Can you get him tonight? Harry said. He won't come quietly, Ron said. He's a good hider when he wants to be. But if I put him in the cage rather than the pocket, do it now, Harry said. Right now, before we do anything else. Before he picks up on something being different and runs. Ron stood. Then he paused with his hand on the door. Harry. Yeah. When you asked me to wait. To not be told until you were ready. He met Harry's eyes. I'm glad you told me tonight instead of, I get why you waited. I'm not angry about it. But I'm glad it's tonight. Me too, Harry said. Ron left. The door swung shut behind him. Hermione let out a long breath. Pettigrew in the school all year, she said. That's, I know. If Dumbledore knew, I know. She was quiet for a moment. The Ogden solicitor Sirius mentioned. Peregrine Ogden. I looked him up today, he's real, he's practicing, he's taken cases against the ministry. He's expensive but not unreachably so, and you have a vault at Gringotts that, she glanced at him. Well. It's your money. It is, Harry said, with the easy certainty of someone who had very recently stopped feeling guilty about spending his own resources on his own life. Write to him. Already drafted the letter, she admitted. I just need your signature. He looked at her. You drafted it before I said yes. I drafted it because I thought you'd say yes and I wanted it ready, she said, without a trace of apology. The difference matters. He smiled at her, and it was a real one. Show me. She pulled the letter from her bag. It was impeccable, formal, precise, laying out the legal basis for Sirius's petition without overstating anything, citing the specific statute, requesting a preliminary consultation. She'd signed it on behalf of Harry James Potter with a blank space for his signature above hers. He read it and signed it. We also need someone to present the case at the Wisingamot, she said. Ogden can handle the legal argument, but a trial of this visibility, Harry, they're going to need to hear from someone credible. Pomfrey has the diagnostic record. Snape knows about the lack of trial. But they'd need someone who can speak to Sirius's character as well as the procedural failures, and the only person who, she stopped. Dumbledore, Harry said. He's the most credible character witness in the wizarding world. And he's had Sirius in Azkaban for 11 years without lifting a finger to get him out. She held his gaze. I know. Harry thought about this. He thought about it as a chess problem rather than an emotional one, which was easier and produced cleaner results. Dumbledore's cooperation in Sirius's hearing was the most efficient path to Sirius's freedom. Dumbledore's reasons for withholding that cooperation were worth examining, because they'd tell Harry something specific about how Sirius's imprisonment was useful to Dumbledore's plans. And they would tell Harry how much of what Dumbledore called protection was actually control wearing a more comfortable name. Let him volunteer it, Harry said. Hermione frowned. How? We make the case public enough that staying silent becomes more costly than speaking. We get Ogden, we get the petition moving, we make enough noise that the situation becomes visible, and then we see whether Dumbledore helps or manages. And if he manages, then we know exactly how much he's willing to let an innocent man suffer for the sake of his arrangements, Harry said. And we use that. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she made a small, decided sound. That's ruthless, she said. Is it wrong? No, she said. That's the problem. She picked up her quill. We also need to get Pettigrew contained and his animagus status proven before we can even begin the Wisengamot argument. Without proof that the real secret keeper is alive and has been alive this whole time, the door opened and Ron came back. He had Scabbers in a cage, a proper cage, latched, the little lock done up, and the rat was pressed against the far corner with his beady eyes going rapidly between the three of them and the cage bars and the phoenix in a way that was unmistakably the behavior of something that was not simply a rat. Ron put the cage on the table. He tried to bite me, Ron said. He's never bitten me. 12 years, never bitten me. He looked at Scabbers. He's also not acting like a rat. They all looked at Scabbers, and Scabbers looked back, and the quality of that gaze, the specific desperate intelligence of it, the calculation, was not the thing you saw in a garden rat. Fawkes turned his golden eyes on the cage and made a sound that was short and flat and final, and Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, pressed himself into the furthest corner of the cage and went absolutely still. He can't transform with the lock on, Harry said. Ron, is this secure? Bought it for him last year when he got out twice in a row, Ron said. It's a proper hold. He'd have to undo the latch. Can he? Ron looked at the rat. Looked at Harry. If he's who Sirius says he is, he said slowly, then, a toe missing, the intelligence in the eyes, the age, he stopped. Then yes, probably. So we need something better. I can do a containment charm, Hermione said, already reaching for her wand. It won't hold against a sufficiently skilled witch or wizard, but against someone trying to sneak out as a rat, she cast it efficiently, the cage glowing faintly blue for a moment. That'll do until we figure out the next step. Harry looked at Pettigrew, at the rat, at the man inside the rat, at the thing that had made choices that had destroyed lives and then hidden in a child's bedroom for a decade while the consequences were served by someone else. He felt something cold and clear. We need him to transform in front of witnesses, Harry said. That's the proof we need for Sirius's case. Undeniable, in front of Hogwarts staff. Which staff? Hermione said carefully. Not Dumbledore, Harry said. Not yet. McGonagall, Ron said immediately. She's not, he stopped, reformulated. She'd be upset. About Sirius, about the trial, she knew him, she knew your parents, he looked at Harry. She'd care about getting it right more than getting it managed. Harry thought about Minerva McGonagall's face during every moment he'd known her, the straight spine and the tightly wound emotion and the absolute commitment to what she considered correct behavior, which ran bone deep and wasn't negotiable. He thought about the way she'd watched Dumbledore sometimes, with that particular look that was loyalty and something slightly more complicated behind it. McGonagall, he agreed. Tonight, if we can manage it. She'll be in her office, Hermione said. She does marking on Tuesdays. Harry looked at the cage. At the rat that was not a rat. Let's go. McGonagall opened her office door at the first knock with the expression of someone prepared to send students back to their dormitories, which dissolved into something considerably more complex when she saw who was standing in the corridor and what was in the cage. Potter. Granger. Weasley. Her eyes went to Fawkes, then to the cage. What, we need 10 minutes, Harry said. It's important. She looked at him for a long moment, the same measuring look she'd been giving him since he was 11, except this time what she was measuring seemed to be something she hadn't previously been measuring. Come in, she said. They came in. The office smelled like parchment and a faint trace of something that might have been whiskey and was not McGonagall's style at all, which meant it had been a difficult week for her too. She sat behind her desk and they arranged themselves in front of it, Ron putting the cage on the edge carefully. "Begin," she said. Harry began. He gave her the abbreviated version, diagnostic results, Sirius, Pettigrew, not abbreviated out of withholding but because McGonagall was a fast processor and he didn't need to pad it. He gave her the relevant facts in order and let the weight of them speak for itself. She did not interrupt. She sat with her hands folded and her face still and listened, and the stillness was not indifference, it was the stillness of someone who was holding themselves together through considerable force of will. When he finished, she looked at the cage. "You believe this rat," she said, "is Peter Pettigrew?" "Yes," Harry said. "On the basis of Sirius Black's letter. On the basis of his age, his missing toe, the way he's behaving right now, and the fact that a rat's maximum lifespan is 3 years." Harry met her eyes. "He's been with the Weasley family for 12. McGonagall looked at Ron. Ron said nothing. He just looked at her steadily with the expression of someone who had already done the math and found it extremely upsetting. "If he is who you say he is," McGonagall said carefully, "transforming him back would require, I thought you might know the countercharm," Harry said. "For forcing a transformation. Reversing an animagus form without the individual's cooperation." She was quiet for a moment. "I do know it," she said. "Professor," Hermione said, carefully, "we understand this is a significant claim. But if there's even a possibility that Sirius Black is in Azkaban for something Peter Pettigrew did, if there's a chance an innocent man has been there for 11 years, I know what it means," McGonagall said, with a sharpness that was grief thinly disguised. "Sirius Black was in my house. He was one of the finest students I ever taught, and the finest friends, and I believed," she stopped. Started again. "I believed what I was told to believe," she said, quietly, in a voice Harry hadn't heard from her before. "And I didn't push because it was easier not to, because the war was over and pushing at its wreckage seemed," she stopped. Her jaw tightened. "Show me the rat." Ron brought the cage forward. McGonagall looked at Scabbers. Scabbers looked back with the frantic trapped intelligence of something that knew exactly what was happening. His sides were heaving. His claws were gripping the cage floor. "If this is simply a rat," she said, "nothing will happen. The countercharm has no effect on actual animals." She picked up her wand. "Stand back. When an animagus reverts involuntarily it can be disorienting. For everyone in the room." They stood back. She cast the spell. The transformation was ugly and slow, not like a willing transformation, which Harry had read was smooth and almost graceful, but the opposite, like a thing being reversed against its will, pieces reordering themselves in the wrong sequence. The rat grew and blurred and in the cage, which was suddenly too small, and then too small was the wrong word entirely, and Hermione cancelled the containment charm quickly as the dimensions made it dangerous. Peter Pettigrew hit the floor on his hands and knees. He was a small man. Watery eyes, thinning gray hair, damp with something that wasn't sweat, a right hand with the index finger ending in a scarred stump. He looked up from the floor with an expression Harry had never seen on a human face before, the expression of a rat, cornered and calculating, deciding which way to run. McGonagall made a sound that was not a word. Ron had gone very white. Pettigrew's eyes moved rapidly between the four of them and Fawkes and the door. Harry watched the calculation happen, watched him assess each person, weigh the options, try to find the angle. "Wait," Pettigrew said. His voice was thin and slightly wet. "Wait, just, let me explain." "No," Harry said. Pettigrew looked at him. Something shifted in the watery eyes, recognition, Harry supposed, and something underneath it that wasn't quite fear. Something older and more complicated. "Harry," he said, in a voice that was trying for warmth and missing by a significant distance. "James's son. You look so like." "Don't," Harry said. Don't do that. Pettigrew's eyes went to the door again. Mr. Pettigrew, McGonagall said, and her voice had achieved the particular quality of barely contained fury that Harry associated with extremely serious Quidditch fouls, you will sit in that chair. She pointed at the chair in the corner with the precision of someone directing a spell. And you will not move from it. Or I will bind you to it and contact the Aurors and you will explain yourself to them instead, which I suspect you would prefer not to do. Pettigrew sat. He didn't run, which surprised Harry until he looked at Fawkes and understood that the Phoenix had moved, without drawing attention to it, to a position directly between Pettigrew and the door. McGonagall turned to Harry, and her expression was, it was a lot of things. I'll need to send for, she started. Not Dumbledore, Harry said. She stopped. He met her eyes directly. I know you're his colleague. I know you respect him. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm asking you to consider who else in this castle has the authority to handle what happens next without routing it through him first. McGonagall looked at Harry for a long, searching moment. Then she looked at Fawkes, who had been the headmaster's Phoenix for 30 years and was currently serving as a doorstop to prevent a fugitive from escaping. Sprout, she said finally. She's deputy for the lower school. And Flitwick, he has legal qualifications from before he took the charms post. Between the three of us we have the authority to take a formal witness statement and contact the DMLE directly. She straightened. Not the headmaster's office first, she said, as if testing the words. The DMLE directly. Yes, Harry said. She held his gaze another moment. He may have had reasons, she said carefully. For the things for the way things were arranged. I know he may have, Harry said. I'd like the chance to hear them without 39 spells making me receptive. The color came and went in McGonagall's face. She turned to the fireplace and threw in a handful of Floo powder and put her head through to Sprout's quarters with the focused efficiency of someone who had made up their mind. In the chair in the corner, Peter Pettigrew sat and sweated and did not go anywhere, because Fawkes was watching him with the patient and particular attention of something several hundred years old that had heard every story there was and found none of them surprising. Ron sat down on the footstool near the window and looked at his hands. Harry sat beside him. 12 years, Ron said quietly. Yeah. In my pocket. He swallowed. At the dinner table. In the holidays. He made a small, painful sound that was almost a laugh. Mum used to find him food. She felt sorry for him because he was old. Harry put his hand on Ron's shoulder and didn't say anything, because there wasn't anything to say that was better than being there. The fireplace flared green. Sprout came through, then Flitwick. They looked at Pettigrew. Flitwick, who was small enough that he needed the book stack on his chair and had always seemed to Harry like the most cheerful professor in the school, looked at Peter Pettigrew with an expression that Harry had never seen on Flitwick's face before. Well, Flitwick said. Good evening, Peter. Pettigrew looked at him. Phileas, you have to understand, I taught you, Flitwick said. I remember exactly what you were capable of and what you weren't, and I remember thinking, at the time, that you must have had help to do what they said you did to that street. It nagged at me. He sat in the largest chair with the book stack under him and folded his hands with judicial precision. It nagged at me for 11 years. I should have said something. Let's not waste any more time. Pettigrew's statement took 3 hours. He tried, several times, to redirect it, to make himself the victim, to invoke pity, to suggest that he'd had no choice. Each time, Flitwick redirected him with the flat patience of a man with legal training and a long memory. Sprout took notes. McGonagall stood near the fireplace and was still in the way that said she was managing something enormous. Harry listened to all of it. He listened with the clear attention that was available to him now, running it through nothing except his own judgment. Some of what Pettigrew said was true. Some of it was clearly partial and self-serving. The core of it, the betrayal, the fake death, the escape, matched Sirius's account precisely, in the details that Pettigrew clearly hadn't known Sirius could possibly know, which was the specific kind of corroboration that mattered. At one point Pettigrew looked directly at Harry and said, in that thin wet voice, "Your father would have done the same, in my position. Anyone would have. The Dark Lord was going to win, my father died rather than tell Voldemort where my mother and I were," Harry said. "So, no." Pettigrew flinched. Ron was still sitting on the footstool. He hadn't moved in an hour. He was listening to everything with a fixed, careful attention that Harry recognized as Ron choosing to remember every word rather than process it now because now wasn't safe. When Flitwick concluded the formal statement and Sprout sealed it, McGonagall sent a Patronus to the DMLE. Silver Cat, moving fast through the castle with the efficiency of a woman who had decided what was right and intended to do it without further delay. The Aurors arrived by Fleur 20 minutes later. Pettigrew, when he saw the Auror robes, made a break for the window, a sudden, desperate lunge that got him halfway there before Harry, without thinking particularly hard about it, cast a binding spell that caught him mid-stride and dropped him to the floor. The Aurors looked at Harry. Harry looked at the window. "He'll try to transform," Harry said. "He's an unregistered animagus. You'll want an anti-transformation charm before you transport him." The senior Auror, a compact, dark-haired woman who gave the impression of someone who had managed difficult situations professionally for many years, looked at Harry Potter with the expression of someone reassessing something. "Thank you," she said. "Also," Harry said, "I'll need a receipt for the witness statement. For the Wisengamot petition." He pulled out the draft that Hermione had given him that morning, because she had prepared for this too, because of course she had. For Sirius Black's hearing. The Auror looked at the draft. Then at Harry. Then at McGonagall, who gave the smallest possible nod. The Auror took the draft, read it, and said, "I'll see to it personally." They took Pettigrew. He went without further drama, bound and anti-transformed, and the office was quieter without him, and cleaner, and McGonagall sat down heavily in her chair in a way that meant she was going to allow herself, in private and briefly, to feel the weight of 11 years of a wrong she'd accepted too easily. Ron looked at the corner where the cage was, the empty cage, small and battered, with the food dish Ron's mum had bought, and then looked away. "I need to write to my parents," he said. "I know," Harry said. "They're going to," he stopped. "Dad will understand. Eventually. Mum will be," another stop. "She'll be angry," he said finally. "Really angry. Proper terrifying, not shouting angry, the quiet kind that means you've actually broken something." He looked at Harry. "Not at you. At the situation." "I know," Harry said again. "She trusted him," Ron said. "The whole time. And he stopped himself. Does he know?" "Definitely. That Pettigrew was alive." Harry looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix was settling his feathers in the aftermath of the evening's events, rearranging with the calm of something whose job was done. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "That's the question. Because if he knew Pettigrew was alive," Ron said slowly, "and Sirius was in Azkaban, then Sirius's imprisonment wasn't an accident or an oversight," Harry said. "It was a decision." Ron sat with that. McGonagall looked up from her desk. "The DMLE will want to speak with you," she said to Harry. "All three of you. Your statements will be significant for the petition." She paused. "You should also know, this will reach the headmaster. Tonight, probably. The Aurors are required to file with the ministry and the school's administrative head." "I know," Harry said. "That's fine." She looked at him, that same look she'd given him in the doorway, something new being measured. "You're not worried about the conversation that's coming?" "I'm ready for it," Harry said. She looked at Fawkes one more time. "I spent 30 years believing Albus Dumbledore's judgment was something I could rely on entirely," she said. "Tonight has given me reason to revise." The word sat in the air with considerable weight. "I don't say that lightly. I know, Harry said. Neither do I. She nodded once, sharply, in the way that meant she'd filed something under decided and moved on. Go to your dormitories. You'll be contacted in the morning. They went. The corridor outside was cool and dark, the castle quiet around them. Fawkes moved at Harry's shoulder, warm as a low fire. Hermione was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Well, she said. Pettigrew's in custody, Harry said. The petition's been submitted. McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick took the statement. Hermione closed her eyes for a fraction of a second. When she opened them she was back to forward momentum. And Dumbledore? We'll know by morning, Harry said. Which means the conversation we've been working toward is coming sooner than expected. Are you ready? Harry thought about 39 threads burning. He thought about Sirius Black's shaky handwriting on a letter that smelled like the sea. He thought about Pettigrew's watery eyes calculating which way to run, and McGonagall sitting heavily in her chair with 11 years settling on her shoulders, and Fawkes moving quietly to block the door without anyone asking him to. Yes, he said. They walked back through the castle together, the three of them, with the Phoenix at their shoulders, and behind them the empty Transfiguration office and in front of them whatever came next. Harry thought about what Sirius had written about his mother, the way Lily Potter would argue the harder position just to find the weaknesses. He thought that was probably the most useful thing he'd inherited, and he intended to use it. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would come. Harry was going to be very interested to hear what he said. Chapter 4, Open War. Dumbledore came at 7 in the morning. Not to Harry. That was the first thing, he didn't come to Harry directly, which would have been the expected move and which Harry had prepared for. Instead he came to McGonagall, and Harry knew this because Neville came to the dormitory at 6:55 looking for Ron about something inconsequential and mentioned in passing that he'd seen the headmaster going into Professor McGonagall's office looking like a thunderstorm wearing a nice hat. Harry was dressed and downstairs in 5 minutes. He didn't go to McGonagall's office. He went to the Great Hall, sat down at the Gryffindor table, poured himself tea, and waited. Hermione arrived 4 minutes later, sat across from him, and didn't say anything. Ron came down at 7:15 still pulling on his robe, looked at both of them, and reached for the toast with the focused calm of someone who had decided that eating was a reasonable thing to do before walking into whatever this was going to be. Fawkes sat at the end of the table. At 7:32 McGonagall appeared in the doorway of the Great Hall, saw Harry, and crossed to him with the measured pace of someone who had just had a significant conversation and was still deciding what to do with the aftermath of it. She sat down, which was unusual. Staff ate at the high table. He knows, she said. I assumed, Harry said. He's asked for a full staff meeting at 9. All teachers, all heads of house. She looked at him steadily. He's also asked that you attend. Of course he has, Ron muttered into his pumpkin juice. He used the word concerned, McGonagall said. About the events of last night and what he called unilateral actions taken without proper coordination. She paused, in the way that meant the pause was itself a statement. I told him that the proper coordination had in fact been 3 senior members of staff and 2 Aurors and that I wasn't certain what about that constituted unilateral, and he smiled and said we'd discuss it at 9. Harry drank his tea. What did you say to him? Before, when he came in. She was quiet for a moment. He said he understood there had been a development regarding Peter Pettigrew and that he was glad the situation had been resolved. She stopped. He said he'd suspected for some time that Pettigrew might have survived but had been unable to locate him with any certainty and had not wanted to raise false hope for Sirius's case. The table was quiet. Unable to locate him, Hermione said carefully. With any certainty, McGonagall said, in the same careful voice, which was not an endorsement of the explanation. Harry set down his mug. He knew Pettigrew was probably alive and didn't tell anyone. That appears to be what he's saying, yes, McGonagall said. Including not telling Sirius's legal advocates, Hermione said. Including not telling the DMLE. Including not requesting a review of the case at any point in 11 years. Yes, McGonagall said. She looked at Harry. He will have a reason, she said. He always has a reason. I know, Harry said. I'm looking forward to hearing it in a room full of witnesses. She looked at him for another moment. Then she stood and went back to the high table, and her spine was very straight, and she ate her breakfast with the focused precision of someone preparing for something. The staff room was a long room on the second floor that Harry had passed 1,000 times without seeing the inside of. It had high windows and a fireplace that was too large for the room and chairs arranged in the loose circle that academic staff defaulted to when they wanted to pretend a meeting wasn't a meeting. Harry walked in at 9 o'clock and the conversation in the room stopped. Not completely, a few of the professors kept talking, Sprout to Flitwick, Sinistra to Vector, but the section of conversation that had been about the events of the previous evening stopped, which was most of it. Harry took a chair near the door, not at the center, not trying to command the space, just finding a seat. Fawkes landed on the back of the chair and the room got slightly quieter still. Dumbledore was already there. He was seated at what would have been the head of the room if the chairs hadn't been in a circle, and the effect was that he was sitting like everyone else while somehow still being at the head of the room. Harry noticed this the way he now noticed everything Dumbledore did, as a choice with an intention behind it. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was warm. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation, Harry said. A few of the staff looked between them. The dynamic was visible enough that even Trelawney, who had arrived in a cloud of incense and seemed to exist slightly off phase from reality, appeared to register that something was happening. Dumbledore opened the meeting the way he opened everything, with graciousness and apparent ease, moving through the facts of the previous evening's events with the narrative ease of someone who had had the night to arrange them. He was precise and calm. Pettigrew had been identified, a witness statement taken, the DMLE contacted. He expressed his gratitude to McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick for handling the matter competently and with appropriate urgency. It is, he said, a significant development for Sirius Black's case, and one that I hope will lead swiftly to his proper hearing. I want everyone to know that I intend to offer my full cooperation with the Wisengamot inquiry and to advocate personally for Sirius's release. You'll testify? Harry said. Dumbledore turned to him. Of course. Good, Harry said. Because Peregrine Ogden, Sirius's solicitor, will be filing the petition today, and the hearing is likely to be scheduled within the month given the circumstances. He'll need a formal statement from you about Sirius's character and your assessment of the evidence. He paused. He'll also need an explanation of why, if you suspected Pettigrew was alive, you didn't submit that suspicion to the DMLE at any point in 11 years. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. The twinkle was gone again, replaced by that steadier, more complex expression. That's a fair question, he said. The answer involves certain sensitivities around the evidence I had access to, which I can explain in full to the inquiry. Sensitivities, Harry repeated. The nature of how I came to suspect Pettigrew's survival was indirect, Dumbledore said. The source of that information was something I couldn't easily present without explaining how you knew, Harry said. And what you knew. And for how long? Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. It's complicated, Harry. It's been 11 years, Harry said. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 11 years while you were sorting out how to explain where you got your information. He let that sit. I'm not trying to be difficult. I genuinely want to understand how that calculation worked. Professor Flitwick made a small sound from across the circle that was not quite audible as words but definitely was audible as a sentiment. Snape, who had been sitting with his usual contained stillness in the far corner and had said nothing so far, was looking at the middle distance with the specific expression he wore when events were proceeding in a direction he found professionally satisfying and wished to not be associated with, so he would be plausibly uninvolved but could observe freely. I made judgment calls, Dumbledore said, that I believed were in the best interests of the greater situation. The war against Voldemort did not end in 1981, it entered a dormant phase, and the preparations for its next phase had to be managed carefully. Some of those preparations involved maintaining certain, he paused, choosing the word with visible care, certain configurations, because disrupting them too early would have, certain configurations, McGonagall said. Not a question. The same careful repetition Harry had used, and he looked at her briefly with something like gratitude. You kept Sirius in Azkaban, McGonagall said, because having him there was part of a configuration. Minerva, answer me plainly, Albus. Her voice was controlled and devastating in the way that really controlled devastation always was. Was Sirius Black's imprisonment useful to your plans? Dumbledore looked at her with the expression of a man who was being asked to say something he'd structured his life around not having to say. Sirius's freedom would have required me to disclose certain things about the war's next phase that it was not safe to disclose, he said finally. And yes. His being in Azkaban, while regrettable, did mean that certain complications around Harry's guardianship and upbringing did not arise. The room absorbed this. Harry looked at him directly. My guardianship, he said. You mean that if Sirius had been free, he would have taken custody of me instead of the Dursleys? Yes. And you wanted me with the Dursleys? The blood wards on your aunt's home, Professor. Harry's voice was completely level. I'm not asking about the blood wards. I'm asking about you choosing to keep an innocent man in Azkaban so that you could control where I grew up. Every head in the room was still. The fire in the oversized fireplace crackled. Outside the high windows, Hogwarts in early June was brilliant and ordinary, sunlight on the lake, birds somewhere, the world continuing without reference to what was happening in this room. Dumbledore looked at Harry with something that was, Harry thought, genuinely difficult for him, the look of a man who had spent decades being the person who explained, who put things in context, who made the difficult thing sound like the only possible thing, and who was now in a room where that explanatory power had been significantly reduced. I made choices I believed were necessary, Dumbledore said. For you, and for the wizarding world. The threat that remains, the prophecy, Harry said. Several staff members reacted to this word. Trelawney inhaled sharply and pressed a hand to her chest. Snape did not move. Dumbledore looked at Harry steadily. You know about the prophecy. I know it exists. I know you've known about it since before I was born. I don't know what it says, and I'd like to. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. I think I'm entitled to know the content of a prophecy that apparently determined the shape of my entire life. The prophecy, Dumbledore began, in the measured tones of someone preparing to explain why this was complicated. I don't want an explanation of why it's complicated, Harry said. I want to know what it says. Silence. Tell him. Snape's voice, from the corner, flat and quiet and completely unexpected. Every head turned to Snape, including Dumbledore's. He's 12 years old, Snape said, still looking at the middle distance. He's killed a basilisk. He's identified a fugitive who spent 12 years hiding as a garden rat. He's generated a Wisengamot petition in 48 hours. He is clearly going to learn the content of the prophecy, the only question is whether he learns it from you now, in this room, with context, or whether he learns it some other way, later, without it. He turned his head fractionally toward Dumbledore. I'd suggest the first option is the one that serves your long-term interests. Dumbledore looked at Snape for a moment with an expression that was too complicated to fully parse. Then he looked at the ring of staff around him. Then he looked at Harry. Not here, he said quietly. Not in front of, here, Harry said. Now. In front of everyone. Another pause. The fire. The sunlight. 30 years of carefully managed authority sitting in a chair feeling the room tilt beneath it. The prophecy, Dumbledore said, and his voice had dropped into a register Harry hadn't heard from him before, not the warm teacher's voice, not the grave headmaster's voice, but something older and more tired, concerns the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Born as the 7th month dies. Born to those who have thrice defied him. He paused. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The staff room held its breath. Harry sat very still. He'd known something like this was coming, had sensed the shape of it from Snape's everything was built around it, but knowing the shape and hearing the words were different things. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought about that for exactly as long as he needed to and then moved on. He was 12 years old and he'd been told he would one day have to either kill or be killed by the most feared dark wizard in a century, and his primary feeling, sitting in a staff meeting on a Tuesday morning, was not terror but a kind of cold clarity about why 39 spells had been considered necessary. "That's what you were preparing me for," he said. "Yes. And you needed me compliant enough to walk into it when the time came." Dumbledore's eyes were very old. "I needed you to understand," he said. "And to trust the guidance of someone who understood the full scope. You needed me not to question it," Harry said. "There's a difference." "Harry, if you'd told me," Harry said, and his voice was still level, still clear, "would I have said no? Would I have run? Would I have done anything other than what you were preparing me for, if you'd just been honest?" The question landed in the room and stayed there. Because it was the real question. Not whether the prophecy was real, not whether Dumbledore's goal was right, but whether the manipulation had been necessary at all, whether a boy who'd grown up knowing what he was walking toward would have walked differently, or whether he simply would have walked toward it with his own eyes open instead of someone else's hand on the compass. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. And his not answering was itself an answer, because Albus Dumbledore always had answers, and the absence of one in this particular moment said exactly what his presence would have said. "You don't know," Harry said quietly. "You never asked because you didn't trust me to answer the right way. So you removed the possibility of the wrong answer." McGonagall stood. She stood the way she stood when she decided something, spine perfectly straight, chin level, the full weight of 30 years of integrity behind every centimeter of it. "I think," she said, "that we've established enough for this morning. The DMLE inquiry will address the Pettigrew and Black matters. The diagnostic record and the procedures used on Harry will require a separate inquiry, which I intend to initiate through the Board of Governors today." She looked at Dumbledore. "I would appreciate, Albus, if you made yourself available to the board when they contact you." "Of course," Dumbledore said. His voice was still composed. Still measured. But something in the room had shifted its weight, and everyone felt it, and Dumbledore, who was perceptive enough to feel it more precisely than anyone, sat in the middle of it with the particular stillness of a man who was watching something he'd built over decades develop the first serious cracks. Harry stood. Fawkes lifted from the chair. "Thank you for being direct with me," Harry said to Dumbledore. "It was overdue, and I appreciate it now that it's happened." He looked around the room, at McGonagall's controlled fury, at Flitwick's compressed judicial expression, at Sprout's open distress, at Snape's studied neutrality, at the rest of the staff processing at various speeds and with various degrees of visible discomfort. "I know this was a difficult meeting. I didn't make it difficult to cause problems. I made it difficult because it needed to be." He left. The news about Pettigrew reached the student body by noon. Harry didn't know exactly how, someone had overheard something, or the aura flow had been visible from the wrong corridor, or the particular information distribution network that ran through any large population of teenage witches and wizards had done what it always did with dramatic events, which was disseminate at impressive speed with reasonable accuracy and some creative embellishment. By lunch it was common knowledge that Peter Pettigrew was in ministry custody, that Sirius Black was probably innocent, that something significant had happened in a staff meeting that morning involving Harry and Dumbledore, and that Scabbers had not been a rat. This last point caused Ron considerable difficulty at lunch, because Lavender Brown cried and Dean Thomas looked personally betrayed on Ron's behalf, and Neville sat across from Ron with an expression of pure sympathetic horror and said, "He slept in your bed," and Ron put his face in his hands. "He didn't sleep in," Ron started. "Your pocket," Seamus offered. "Neville's right, he absolutely slept in your bed sometimes," Hermione said, because Hermione's comfort mechanism was accuracy. "I've seen him on your pillow." "Hermione," Harry said. "I'm just saying, please don't," Ron said, still in his hands. Harry ate his lunch and watched the Great Hall process the news around him and thought about the staff meeting and the prophecy. He'd had 3 hours now. 3 hours to sit with neither can live while the other survives and decide what he was going to do with it, and what he'd arrived at, sitting in the practical clarity that the absence of 39 redirects afforded him, was that the prophecy was information, not an instruction. It told him something about the shape of the future. It didn't tell him how to walk toward it. Dumbledore had treated it as an instruction. He'd built a person around the prophecy's requirements rather than telling the person about the prophecy and letting them build themselves. The distinction, to Harry, was everything. "What are you thinking about?" Hermione asked. "The prophecy," he said. She lowered her voice. "Do you want to? Are you all right?" "Yes," he said. "I mean, I need to think about it more." But, he turned his fork over. "It's actually less frightening than what I was imagining." "You were imagining something worse than neither can live while the other survives?" "I was imagining not knowing. Not having language for it." He looked at her. "Now I have the shape of it. I can work with that." Hermione stared at him for a moment. "You are very strange sometimes," she said, with something that was equal parts exasperation and affection. "Probably," he agreed. Ron lifted his face from his hands. "Right. What do we actually do now? The Pettigrew thing moves forward, the serious thing moves forward, the Dumbledore thing," he gestured at the general air with the vagueness of someone trying to encompass something large. "Where does that go?" "Board of Governors inquiry," Harry said. "McGonagall said she's initiating it today." "That takes time," Hermione said. "Governors meet monthly normally. For an emergency session they'd need a majority to call one, and Lucius Malfoy sits on the board. He won't block it," Harry said. "Malfoy wants Dumbledore out. He tried to have him removed last month over the chamber situation. He'll vote to convene." Hermione considered this. "You're using Malfoy's agenda." "I'm noting that our interests briefly align on one specific procedural point," Harry said. "We'll return to being on opposite sides of everything immediately after." Ron almost smiled. "Dad says Malfoy's been trying to get Dumbledore out for years. Dumbledore's the only thing standing between people like Malfoy and a ministry they can reshape," Hermione said. "If they use this to get rid of him, they won't get rid of him," Harry said. "The inquiry isn't about removing him. It's about accountability. There's a difference." "He might resign," Hermione said carefully. Harry had thought about this. If he resigns because someone finally asked him to account for his choices, that's his decision. He looked at the high table where Dumbledore was eating his lunch with the composed attention of a man who had been in difficult situations before and had always navigated out of them. "I'm not trying to destroy him. I'm trying to make sure he can't do this to anyone else." They ate in silence for a moment. Then the doors of the Great Hall opened, and the ministry arrived. Not Aurors this time, 2 of them in formal robes, the kind with the ministry seal, and a third person Harry didn't recognize who had the bearing of a senior official and the expression of someone who had been having a difficult morning and expected the afternoon to be worse. They spoke to McGonagall at the door. McGonagall's face went through 2 distinct expressions in rapid succession and then settled on the controlled professional version. She looked across the hall and found Harry's eyes with the specific directness of someone delivering a message without words. He stood. "What is it?" Ron said. "I think," Harry said, "the ministry wants to talk." The ministry official's name was Amelia Bones, and she was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she was, Harry decided within the first 90 seconds of meeting her, exactly the kind of person he needed. She shook his hand with the brisk efficiency of someone who didn't waste handshakes. She had a square jaw and sharp eyes and the particular quality of someone who had spent decades sorting through what people said to find what they actually meant, and she looked at Harry like she was doing exactly that. Mr. Potter, she said. I've read Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic report. I've read the witness statement from last night regarding Peter Pettigrew. And I've read the preliminary petition submitted by Peregrine Ogden on behalf of Sirius Black. She set 3 folders on the table between them. They were in a small meeting room off the entrance hall, McGonagall present, Fawkes on the windowsill. This is a significant amount of documentation for 48 hours. I had help, Harry said. Miss Granger, Bones said, without it being a question. Yes, Ogden mentioned a minor co-signatory. She opened the top folder. I want to be very clear about why I'm here personally rather than sending a junior official. 3 reasons. First, the Pettigrew situation represents a significant failure by this department. A man was imprisoned without trial and we are directly responsible for that failure, and I intend to make that right as quickly as possible. She looked at him steadily. Second, the diagnostic report raises questions about the use of restricted magic on a minor that fall under our jurisdiction. And third, she paused. Third, I have a niece at Hogwarts. Harry looked at her. Susan Bones. She's in your year. Bones met his gaze. She has the same right to a safe magical education that every student at this school has. The diagnostic report suggests that student safety may not have been the governing priority. She folded her hands. Now. The Sirius Black hearing. I'm scheduling it for 2 weeks from today. Given the Pettigrew evidence, his conviction is indefensible. The only question is how quickly we can move it through the Wisengamot. She looked at him. Is there anything else you think the department needs to know before we proceed? Harry looked at McGonagall briefly. She gave him nothing, which he interpreted as your call. He turned back to Bones. The prophecy, he said. She was still. I don't know if you know about it, he said. But Dumbledore does, and it's connected to why my magical situation was, he found the right word. Arranged the way it was. The prophecy concerns Voldemort and me. Whatever inquiry happens about the diagnostic situation is going to eventually run into the prophecy as the justification Dumbledore will use for his decisions. Bones looked at him for a long moment. I see, she said. I'm not asking you to act on it, Harry said. I'm telling you it exists so you're not surprised when it comes up. You're 12 years old, she said. Not unkindly. Just observing. Yes, he said. Is that a problem? She looked at him for another moment, and then something in her face that had been carefully professional shifted fractionally, and what was underneath it was not pity, which was the thing Harry usually got, but something more like respect, which was considerably more useful. No, she said. It is not. They spent an hour going through the specifics. Bones was direct and thorough and asked questions that suggested she was genuinely processing the answers rather than collecting them for a report someone else would write. She asked Harry about the redirects, not what they were. She knew what they were. She was head of the DMLE, but what they'd felt like, if he could describe the difference between before and after. He thought about it properly. Like being in a room with the sound turned down, he said. Not completely silent. But some frequencies you couldn't hear properly. And now you can. She wrote this down. She asked about the sorting conversation, the one Snape had witnessed. She wrote that down too, with a slightly different expression. When they finished she gathered her folders and stood. Mr. Potter. I'd like to say something that is not in any official capacity. Okay, he said. What you've done in the last 2 days, she said, required courage of a particular kind. Not the dramatic kind. The kind that involves looking clearly at something you would find it easier not to look at, and then acting on what you see. She picked up her folders. That kind of courage is rarer than the other sort. She left. The meeting room felt bigger without her in it. McGonagall looked at Harry. Well, she said. Yes, he said. Sirius in 2 weeks. Yes. She stood. She moved toward the door and then stopped. She turned around. "I owe you an apology," she said. Harry looked at her, surprised. "Not for any specific act," she said. "I haven't. I wasn't aware of the redirects, and I genuinely knew nothing about Pettigrew being alive, and I believe that's true of most of the staff." She met his eyes. "But I was aware, in the way you become aware of things you don't examine too closely, that Dumbledore was managing things in relation to you. And I chose professional collegiality over the question I should have asked." She stopped. "That is not something I'm proud of." "You're acting on it now," Harry said. Belatedly, she said. "Better than not at all," he said. "And I'd rather have you acting now than not at all, because I'm going to need people who are willing to act on things." He held her gaze. "Are you?" The question was direct enough that it surprised her, briefly. Then she settled into her decision with the finality of someone who had been deciding for 40 years and knew the feel of a right choice. "Yes," she said. "I am." The owl from the Board of Governors arrived at 5. Harry was in the library with Hermione, working through what they needed for the Wisengamot hearing, when Fawkes made a sound and moved to the window, and the owl that came through it was an official owl, large and self-important, with a sealed letter in its talons. He read it. The board had called an emergency session for Friday. 3 days. He passed it to Hermione. She read it twice. "Malfoy's signature is first," she said. "He called it. I expected that. He's going to use it as a platform," she said. "To push his own agenda. He can try." Harry took the letter back. The board's inquiry into the diagnostic situation doesn't require Malfoy to be acting in good faith. It just requires the inquiry to happen. He put the letter in his folder with the rest of it. "Can you come? On Friday?" "I'm a student," she said. "Students don't attend board sessions." "You're a co-signatory on the Wisengamot petition," Harry said. "You have documented involvement in the events under review. Ogden can argue you have the right to be present as an affected party." She looked at him. Then she looked at the folder of notes she'd been building for 3 days. "I'll write to Ogden tonight," she said. "Already planned it," he said. She made the small exasperated sound that was her version of a compliment. "Stop doing that." "Sorry." She wasn't sorry and neither was she. The library closed at 8 and they gathered their materials and walked back through the castle in the early evening light, the corridors warm and amber, the sounds of other students moving through the end of the day. Harry was aware of looks as he passed, not the usual "oh it's Harry Potter" looks but something more attentive, more assessing, the looks people gave someone they were trying to understand differently than they had before. He didn't mind. At the portrait hole, Ron was waiting with a letter in his hand. He had the expression of someone who had been sitting with something for a while and had decided what to do with it. "From home," he said. He held out the letter. "Mum wrote." Harry took it carefully and read it. Molly Weasley's handwriting was large and warm and the letter was 2 feet long, and Harry read the whole thing standing in the corridor, and Ron watched him do it. The letter was angry. Not at Harry, the anger was more complex and more raw than that, the anger of someone who had been told that their trust was misplaced and was working through what that meant for everything they'd built on it. She was furious about Pettigrew. She was more furious about Sirius, about the trial, about Azkaban, about 11 years, because Sirius Black was someone she'd known and liked and had spent over a decade privately grieving, and that grief had been predicated on a story that was now demonstrably wrong. But running under the fury, warm and insistent, was the other thing, the way she talked about Harry in it, the worry and the specific tenderness that was just Molly Weasley's way of loving people, and at the end of the letter she'd written, "Tell Harry I'd like him to come to the Burrow this summer. Properly, not just a visit. He should be somewhere he's wanted and I want him here." Harry folded the letter. He gave it back to Ron. He didn't say anything because his throat was doing something that made words inadvisable. Ron took the letter, put it in his pocket, and opened the portrait. "Come on," he said. Hermione's probably already made a schedule for Friday. Harry followed him in. Fawkes settled on the back of the armchair nearest the fire, warm and still, and the common room was loud and full of people, and Harry sat in the chair that had always been his chair, the one that faced the fire, and thought about Molly Weasley's handwriting and the Board of Governors on Friday and Sirius's hearing in 2 weeks and the prophecy's clean terrible shape and all the things he was going to have to become in order to walk toward it on his own terms. He thought he could. He was fairly certain, for the first time in his life, that the certainty was his own. Friday came quickly. The Board of Governors met in a room on the first floor that Harry had never been in, with long tables arranged in a formal rectangle and 12 chairs for 12 governors, plus seats for witnesses and presenters along one wall. Ogden had come from London, a sharp-faced man in his 40s with the slightly harried energy of someone who was genuinely good at his job and had more work than hours, and had argued successfully for Harry and Hermione's presence. Malfoy was there. He sat at the table in his governor's chair and looked at Harry with the particular expression he'd been wearing since the incident with the diary, not triumphant, not yet, but watching, calculating, waiting for something he could use. Harry returned the look without reaction. Dumbledore was there. He sat in the presenter's chair with his hands in his lap and his expression composed, the whole enormous weight of his presence and reputation in that chair with him. He looked at Harry once when Harry came in, and Harry looked back, and the look exchanged between them was not hostile and not warm but something more complicated and more honest than either. McGonagall sat in the witness chair with the straight spine and the clipped precision of someone who had decided what they were going to say and was going to say all of it. Bones had sent a representative from the DMLE, a senior official who brought a copy of the formal findings and sat with the settled patience of someone who was only here to present facts, not argue them. Malfoy opened by calling it a crisis of confidence and leadership and making several elegant points about accountability that would have been entirely sincere if Harry hadn't known that Malfoy's version of accountability only ran in one direction and stopped when it reached his own front door. Harry listened to the speech and noted that Malfoy kept glancing at him, trying to read whether Harry was an ally in this specific context. Harry gave him nothing. When the board turned to Harry for his statement, he stood and gave it the way he'd given everything else in the last week, clearly, in order, without performance. He described the diagnostic results, Pomfrey's documentation, the conversation with Dumbledore in the hospital wing, the staff meeting. He explained what the 39 redirects had done, what the research said about them, and what the law said about performing them on a minor without parental consent, with reference to Section 4 of St. Mungo's Guidelines and the 1952 Wisengamot precedent. He did not raise his voice once. He did not accuse. He described. Hermione presented the research notes, 6 books, 4 pages of citations, the legal precedent laid out with the relentless clarity she brought to everything she decided to understand completely. She was, Harry thought, the most effective person in the room. Dumbledore spoke last. He did not try to deny. Harry had thought, initially, that this was a tactical choice, but watching Dumbledore speak he revised that, it wasn't tactical, it was something closer to genuine. The man was, in his way, honest. He just had a very particular definition of honesty that required you to ask exactly the right question before he'd give you the accurate answer. He explained the redirects. He explained the prophecy, briefly and with controlled detail. He explained his reasoning, the war, the threat that remained, the preparation he believed was necessary, the choices he'd made about how to make a 12-year-old child survivable. He made it sound, as he always made things sound, almost reasonable. And Harry, sitting in the witness chair, watched the board lean toward that reasonable sound, watched them want to accept it, watched the specific gravity of Dumbledore's authority pulling the room toward understanding rather than accountability. He stood up. "May I ask the headmaster a question?" he said. Formal, to the chair of the board. The chair, a woman named Agnes Loxley who had the expression of someone trying very hard to be impartial, nodded. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "If the prophecy is the reason for the redirects, if you needed me to trust you, to follow your guidance, to be ready to face Voldemort, then the redirects were designed to produce a specific outcome in me. To keep you safe and ready," Dumbledore said. A specific outcome, Harry repeated. You needed me to walk into a situation that might kill me, and you needed me to do it without resisting. Without questioning. Without choosing a different path. He paused. The redirects weren't to help me. They were to make sure I'd cooperate with your plan. The room was very quiet. I believed it was the same thing, Dumbledore said. I know you did, Harry said. That's what I think is most important for the board to understand. He looked at the governors around the table. He genuinely believed it was the same thing. And that belief is exactly why this can't happen again. Because the next person he decides to prepare might not have a phoenix who disagrees. He sat down. Fawkes, who had been sitting on the chair back, made one note, clear and resonant, and was quiet. The board voted to open a formal inquiry. They voted 8-4, with Malfoy on the majority side, which was, Harry noted, exactly the messy kind of right result that the real world produced, where the correct outcome arrived partly through the action of people with the wrong motivations, and you took it anyway because the alternative was waiting for a world where everyone's motivations were pure. Dumbledore accepted the vote. He stood when it was announced, gathered his dignity, and there was a lot of it. It was a genuinely remarkable quality he had, and said he would cooperate fully with the inquiry's process. He looked at Harry once more before he left. And the look, Harry held it, didn't look away, didn't perform anything, was strange and layered, and finally, underneath all the rest of it, was something Harry hadn't expected, which was something that looked almost like relief. The room emptied. Malfoy swept out first, satisfied, his agenda served for now. The DMLE representative left with his folders. The other governors filed out in ones and twos. Harry sat in the witness chair until it was quiet, with Fawkes warm on the chair back and the afternoon light coming through the windows in long gold angles. Ogden sat down next to him. Well done, he said, with professional brevity. The hearing is confirmed for the 14th. I'd like a meeting before. There are several things I need to brief you on regarding what to expect in the Wizengamot. When? Tuesday. He paused. Also. Sirius wrote through your phoenix. I have it. He passed Harry a folded letter with the slight self-conscious air of someone participating in something that was technically irregular and had decided not to ask questions about it. He asked that you read it before Tuesday's meeting. Harry took the letter. He held it for a moment, the weight of it, the slightly sea salt smell of it even now. He put it in his pocket. Tuesday, he said. My solicitor's offices. Diagon Alley, Ogden confirmed. 3rd floor. Bring the Granger girl if she can make it, she'll be needed for the Wizengamot appearance. He left. The room was empty. Harry looked at the long table with its 12 chairs and the particular quality of space that formal rooms had when they just hosted something significant and the decision had already been made. Hermione appeared in the doorway. Ron behind her. Well? Ron said. Inquiry confirmed. Hearing in 2 weeks. Tuesday meeting with Ogden. And Dumbledore? Hermione said. Full cooperation, Harry said. Or so he says. They looked at each other. You think he means it? Ron said. I think he means what he always means, Harry said, standing. I think he'll cooperate with exactly as much as he decides is appropriate, and I think what he decides is appropriate will be shaped by what he thinks is necessary for whatever he's planning next. He picked up his notes folder. Which is why we keep pulling threads. He walked out of the formal room and into the corridor and the ordinary castle, and Fawkes came with him, and his friends came with him, and in his pocket Sirius Black's letter was waiting, and in 2 weeks a man who should never have been in Azkaban was going to stand in the Wizengamot and hear the truth said out loud. Harry walked toward the stairs and thought about what came after that. He had several ideas. Chapter 5, The Shape of Loyalty. The letter from Sirius had 3 pages, and Harry read it twice in the dormitory with the curtains drawn and Fawkes sitting on the pillow beside him, which should have been strange but had stopped being strange about 4 days ago. The first page was practical. Sirius had been thinking about the hearing, clearly, carefully, in the methodical way of someone who had spent 11 years with nothing to do but think and had gotten very good at it. He laid out what he expected the prosecution to do, because there would be a prosecution. Technically, even now, the ministry had to formally present the original case before it could be formally dismantled, and the Wisengamot was going to be hostile in unpredictable ways, because some of them had been the ones who'd signed off on his imprisonment, and those people rarely liked being shown they'd signed off on something wrong. They'll try to make it about the circumstantial evidence, Sirius wrote. The street, the muggles, me at the scene laughing like a lunatic. That story is very good if you don't look too carefully at it, and several Wisengamot members have spent 11 years not looking too carefully at it. Ogden's going to have to make them look. The Pettigrew transformation is the key, get that in front of them early, before they've settled into their assumptions. The other thing they'll try is me. Not the crime, me, personally. I wasn't always easy to defend, Harry. I did things in school that were stupid and sometimes cruel. Snape could tell you. Probably with enthusiasm. A pause, Harry could see it in the ink, the slight gap where Sirius had stopped. I'm not asking you to pretend otherwise. I'm asking you to be prepared for the version of me they'll present and to know that it's accurate and also incomplete, which is true of everyone. The second page was about Pettigrew, and what Sirius knew about him, and the things he'd been remembering and reconstructing in 11 years of very little else to do. He'd laid it out like a case. Dates, specific details, the pattern of behavior that had preceded the betrayal, the way Peter had been nervous in the last months, jumpy and evasive in the ways that in retrospect were legible as someone who was already committed to the other side. He'd put it all down in the compressed handwriting of someone who didn't know how much parchment he'd have access to and wanted to say everything while he could. The thing about Peter, he wrote, is that he was never powerful enough to be truly dangerous on his own. He attached himself to power, to James first, then to Voldemort, then apparently to the Weasley family's household for a decade. He's a creature of proximity. He needed to be near enough to something significant to matter, and he chose which significant thing to be near based on who was winning. I'm telling you this not to excuse him. I'm telling you this because if he's in ministry custody and there are people who still want Voldemort to return, he's a liability for both sides now. He'll tell whoever holds him whatever they want to hear. Be careful about what he says and who he says it to, because his testimony should help Sirius Black and it will, but it's not reliable testimony about anything else. The third page was different. Harry could tell immediately, the handwriting changed quality, became slightly less controlled, the particular marker of Sirius writing something he was not going to let himself overthink. I want to tell you about the night your parents died. Not the facts, you probably know the facts by now, or a version of them. I mean what it was like to be me that night. I need to tell someone and I haven't been able to for 11 years and I think you might be the right person. I knew something was wrong before I heard anything. Bonded people are like that, and James and I were bonded in the way that people who've been through things together get bonded, and I felt the break before anyone told me. I was already on the motorcycle. I found Hagrid at Godric's Hollow with you in his arms and I asked him to let me take you and he said Dumbledore had told him to bring you to the Dursleys and I let him. Harry, I let him take you. I gave Hagrid my motorcycle because I thought I'd be right behind you. I thought I was going to find Pettigrew and deal with that and then I'd come for you and everything would. I know you're 12. I know this is a lot to put on a 12-year-old. You started this conversation and I think you knew what you were starting, so I'm going to trust that you meant to. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I let them take you somewhere you were clearly not looked after properly. I know enough from your letter to know the Dursleys weren't kind to you and I will be furious about that for the rest of my life. I'm sorry I spent 11 years in Azkaban when I should have been with you. I'm sorry that your childhood happened the way it happened. None of that is going to fix anything. I know that. But when I get out, and I am getting out, because you're the most alarming 12-year-old I've ever heard of and you're clearly going to make it happen, I want to be whatever you need. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I'm not sure I'll be very good at it. I've been in Azkaban for 11 years and I'm fairly certain I've forgotten how to be a person in several specific ways. But I want to try. If you'll let me. Sirius Harry put the letter down. He lay on his back with the curtains around him and Fawkes breathing slow and warm beside him, and outside he could hear the ordinary sounds of the dormitory, Dean and Seamus arguing about something, Neville's soft snore already, Ron's careful quiet of someone also lying awake and not saying so. I'm sorry I let them take you somewhere you were clearly not looked after properly. He'd expected many things from Sirius Black. He'd expected the bitterness and the guilt and the legal analysis and the things about his parents. He hadn't expected the apology. It landed somewhere it wasn't supposed to land, somewhere he'd kept well organized and sealed off, and he didn't do anything about what it landed in because the dormitory at midnight wasn't the right place for it, but he felt it and noted it and put a marker on it for later. He'd thought, when he was much younger, in the cupboard under the stairs, that there must be someone. He'd had that specific child thought, somewhere there was someone who was supposed to be with him, and the universe had made an error of some kind, and eventually the error would be corrected. He'd stopped thinking that by about age 8 because it was the kind of thought that made the cupboard smaller. He was 12 now. The universe was correcting its error, not through luck or accident but because Harry had picked up a thread and pulled and hadn't stopped. He rolled over, picked up quill and parchment, and wrote back. Sirius, Tuesday I meet with Ogden. Thursday we work out the details of your testimony. 14th is the hearing. 14 days. Also, yes. When you get out. Whatever you need to figure out how to be a person again, we'll figure it out together. I have some practice with working out how to be myself. It turns out 12 years of external management leaves some catching up to do. We can be bad at it at the same time. Don't apologize for the motorcycle. You were trying to get to me. The fact that you didn't is Dumbledore's doing, not yours. 14 days. Harry he folded it. Fawkes, who had not been asleep after all, took it without being asked, and the room filled briefly with the gentle warmth of phoenix fire, and then it was dark and quiet again. Harry went to sleep and dreamed about nothing, which was the best kind of dream. Tuesday's meeting with Ogden was in a narrow office above Diagon Alley that smelled like parchment and old wood and the kind of concentrated legal work that left a physical residue. Ogden had stacked every relevant file into towers on his desk with a precision that suggested he knew exactly where everything was despite appearances, and he moved between them without looking while talking at approximately the speed of someone who billed by the hour and had things to do. Hermione had come. She sat across from Ogden with her own notes folder, which was the same thickness as his, which made Ogden glance at her with the quick assessment of someone recalibrating expectations. "Miss Granger," he said. "Peregrine Ogden. I understand the research framework for the petition was largely yours." "Harry directed the strategy," Hermione said. "I did the research." "Effective division of labor," Ogden said, in the voice of someone marking this down as useful. "Right. The hearing. Let me tell you what we're walking into." He told them. He was not optimistic, which Harry respected. Optimism in legal situations was a different word for unpreparedness. The Wisingamot had 49 members, and of those 49, approximately 12 were likely to be straightforwardly hostile, not because they believed Sirius was guilty but because they'd signed off on the original decision and reversing it meant something about their own judgment that they'd prefer not to examine. Another 8 or 10 were ministry-aligned in ways that made them resistant to anything that looked like criticism of ministry processes. The rest were variable. "We need 34 votes for acquittal," Ogden said. "In an ideal world we'd have 5 to spare. In the actual world we need to make the evidence so undeniable that even the hostile members can't vote the other way without looking openly corrupt." He looked at Harry. Dumbledore's testimony would be the cleanest way to do this. "He said he'd cooperate," Harry said. "He said he'd cooperate with the board inquiry," Ogden said. "His cooperation with the Wisingamot hearing is a separate commitment and I'd like to hear it from him directly before I count it as reliable." He paused. "What's your read on him?" Harry thought about it genuinely. "He'll testify," he said. Not because he's been made to and not entirely because it's right. Because he was Sirius's defender for years, publicly, and not testifying now would require him to explain why he didn't, which raises questions he'd rather answer on his own terms than have raised by someone else. Ogden looked at him. That's a sophisticated read. He's a sophisticated person, Harry said. I disagree with the choices he made. I don't think he's simple. Hermione made a small approving sound beside him. The other thing, Ogden said, is you. He met Harry's eyes. You'll be asked to testify. The Wisingamot will want to hear from Harry Potter specifically. Your credibility with the public is significant, and your connection to the original events through your parents makes your testimony relevant. About what, specifically? About Sirius Black's character, as transmitted through what you know of him and what his correspondence has been. Ogden paused. And possibly about the broader circumstances, the diagnostic situation, the management of your guardianship. Those things are relevant to the context of why Sirius's imprisonment was useful to certain interests. Harry was quiet for a moment. That makes the hearing about more than Sirius. It does, Ogden agreed. That's unavoidable. The reason he's been in Azkaban for 11 years isn't just a procedural failure, it's connected to a series of decisions about you and the prophecy and how you were being managed, and those decisions are going to be visible in any honest account of why the review never happened. He looked at Harry steadily. Are you prepared for that? Yes, Harry said. It will be public, Ogden said. Wisingamot hearings of this significance tend to have press observers. Rita Skeeter has already filed for access. Of course she has, Hermione said, with the tone of someone who had already formed a complete opinion of Rita Skeeter from reputation alone. She'll write whatever version gets the most readers, Ogden said. Which could be good or bad depending on how the hearing goes. He gathered his folders. 14 days. I'd like a pre-hearing session in 10, with Sirius present if your Phoenix can manage. He can manage, Harry said. Ogden accepted this without comment, in the way he accepted everything about this situation that was technically irregular, with the professional grace of a man who had learned to focus on the outcome rather than the method. 10 days, then. In the meantime, I need you both reviewing the statement you'll be giving. Miss Granger, the research citations need to be formatted for Wisingamot submission, different conventions from academic citation. I'll have them ready by Thursday, Hermione said. Friday, Ogden said, with the slight adjustment of someone being realistic about timescales. Thursday, Hermione said, without moving. Ogden looked at her. Thursday, he agreed. Thursday came and went, and Hermione's citations were ready Thursday morning, and Harry spent the intervening days doing something he hadn't expected to do, which was going to classes. He went to every class. He did his work. He handed in his essays. He sat in herbology and listened to Sprout talk about the mandrakes with the warm competence that characterized everything she did, and in history of magic where Binns droned and Harry actually took notes for once because there was information in there somewhere under the drone, and in defense against the dark arts where Lockhart's particular brand of self-congratulatory incompetence had not improved despite the chamber incident making his claims about practical experience somewhat difficult to sustain. Lockhart had, since the chamber, developed a specific quality of avoidance around Harry that was almost funny. He gave Harry top marks on everything without looking at his work, stood slightly too far away when reviewing Harry's practical work in class, and had taken to referring to Harry's chamber survival as a team effort, in the vaguest possible terms. Harry let him. He had enough to think about without dismantling Lockhart specifically. What surprised him about the classes, about moving through the ordinary school week while simultaneously running a parallel campaign to free an innocent man from Azkaban, was how little friction there was between the two things. He'd thought they'd feel incongruous. Instead, the ordinary rhythm of school felt grounding, felt like the solid part of the ground under everything else, and he moved through both with the ease of someone who'd simply decided this was what his life was now and found it entirely manageable. Ron came to every class too, which was less surprising but differently meaningful because Ron was doing it with the particular focused commitment of someone who had decided that normal was what they were going to do regardless. He sat in potions and made his potion and got told off by Snape for a heavy-handed approach to the flobberworm mucus, and at lunch he talked about the Chudley cannons losing again, and in the evenings he came to the third-floor classroom and helped Harry go through the Wisengamot prep with the slightly glazed expression of someone encountering legal procedure for the first time but determined to follow it anyway. "Why," Ron said one evening, looking at a document Ogden had sent, "are there 47 separate citations required for a petition of this type?" 49, Hermione said, without looking up. "Why?" "Because the Wisengamot was founded in the 15th century by people who believed that thoroughness and volume of documentation were the same thing," she said. "It's a common confusion in institutional history. Can't you just, here's the man, he didn't do it, let him out?" "Technically you can," Harry said. "But then the people who imprisoned him don't face any consequences for doing it, and the system that let it happen doesn't have to change, and it happens again to someone else." He turned a page. "The paperwork is how you make it stick." Ron looked at him. "You sound like someone who's been talking to lawyers a lot." 10 days of letters from Ogden," Harry said. Ron picked up the document again with resigned acceptance. "Right. What's a preliminary injunction?" They worked until Pomfrey's 9 o'clock hospital rounds made the corridor outside their classroom echo with footsteps, and they packed up and went back to the tower, and the days went by, and the 10th day arrived. The pre-hearing session happened at midnight. Not because midnight was the ideal time for a legal meeting but because transporting Sirius from Azkaban for a legal consultation required Fawkes to make a specific and somewhat complex journey that Ogden had described as legally ambiguous, and that Harry described as happening at midnight so no one asks questions. The room of requirement became, when Harry needed it, a proper meeting room, table, chairs, a fire, and something that might have been legal reference books along one wall that Harry hadn't asked for and suspected the room had added from its own mysterious judgment. Ogden was there. Harry and Hermione and Ron were there. McGonagall was there, which surprised Harry until McGonagall said she'd been invited by Ogden as a character witness and intended to say things she'd been wanting to say for 30 years. Fawkes flamed out at 12:01. He came back at 12:03 and Sirius Black was with him. Not physically transported through fire, that would have been impossible, or at least beyond what even a phoenix could manage for a full-grown human. Instead Fawkes had gone to Azkaban and created a sustained flame connection, a kind of fire bridge that the people in the room could see and speak through, and Sirius was on the other end of it. The connection was warm and slightly gold-tinted and Sirius's face was in it like the face of someone looking through a window. Harry looked at him properly for the first time, and what he saw was a man who had been very badly treated for a very long time and had not entirely lost himself to it. Thinner than he should have been. The kind of pale that comes from years without sun. Dark hair that had grown long in prison, and grey in it that hadn't been there in the photographs Harry had seen. Hollowed out in places and held together by something that was partly stubbornness and partly, Harry could see it clearly now, partly the last 4 days of knowing this was coming. He also looked like someone who had once been extraordinary and still was, underneath all of it. Harry had been prepared to feel a lot of things about this moment. What he actually felt was very simple and very clear, the way the most important things tended to be simple and clear once you were looking at them directly. "Hey," Harry said. Sirius looked at him through the fire. Something happened in his face. A movement that was too complicated to name, compressed into a moment and then controlled and set aside because this was a legal meeting and there were other people present. "Hey," Sirius said. His voice was rough from disuse but it was his voice, and something about it, some quality Harry couldn't have described, landed with the particular recognition of hearing something familiar you didn't know you were familiar with. "You all right?" Harry said. "Getting there," Sirius said. Ogden cleared his throat. "Shall we?" "Yes," Harry said. "Sorry." The meeting ran for 2 hours. Ogden walked Sirius through the testimony structure, the questions he'd be asked, the points he needed to establish and the order in which to establish them. Sirius listened with a focused clarity that Harry watched with quiet admiration, because it couldn't have been easy, sitting in Azkaban at midnight talking through the legal process that was supposed to finally get you out, and Sirius processed all of it without fragmentation, without the flatness that Harry had read about as the long-term effect of Dementor exposure, with the full and present attention of someone who was still very much in command of themselves. He asked good questions. He corrected one of Ogden's assumptions about the timeline of events, a small thing, a detail about when he'd switched the secret keeper role with Pettigrew, and what the exact date had meant in relation to other events. It was precise and legally significant, and Ogden updated his notes without comment except a brief "thank you." McGonagall gave her statement. She did it crisply, looking directly into the fire at Sirius, and Harry watched Sirius watch her with an expression that was very carefully not grief and almost managed it. "Minerva," Sirius said, when she'd finished. "Don't," she said, in the voice she used on students who were about to say something that would make the situation worse. "We'll have time for the rest of it later. When you're out." He nodded. That was all. When Ogden finished and the legal components were complete, he said he was satisfied with the preparation and that he'd be in touch tomorrow with the final schedule, and he packed his folders and left with the focused efficiency of a man who'd done all he could do tonight. McGonagall left shortly after, with a look at the fire connection that was everything she wasn't going to say in front of an audience. Ron looked at Sirius through the fire with the expression of someone who has grown up hearing about a person in a specific context and is now seeing them as a different kind of real. "My dad talks about you," he said. "Not often. But, he says you were the best flyer in your year after James." Sirius looked at Ron. "Your dad's Arthur Weasley?" "Yeah. Arthur was in the order," Sirius said. "He's one of the decent ones." Something shifted in his face. "I heard about your rat." I know that's a complicated thing to find out." "We've had him since I was 2, Ron said. Mum fed him special food because she thought he was old." He paused. "Turns out he was old." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "I'm sorry," he said. "That's a rotten thing to discover." "Yeah," Ron said. "But I'd rather know." He stood up, shoved his hands in his pockets, and did the thing Ron did when he decided something was finished, moved on cleanly. "I'll be outside," he told Harry. He glanced at the fire once more. "For days," he said to Sirius. "Not a question. An anchor." He left. Hermione gathered her notes with the efficient care she brought to everything. "I'll have the citations formatted tonight," she told Harry. She looked at the fire connection. "Mr. Black, Sirius," he said. "Sirius. The research around your case, and what was done to Harry. It was important to me that it was right." She looked at him directly. "It is right. Everything we've presented is solid. You should know that." He looked at her for a moment. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it the way you mean things when you haven't had many people to thank for a long time. She left. The room was quiet. The fire connection was warm and gold in the corner. Harry and Sirius looked at each other through it. "For days," Harry said. "For days," Sirius agreed. "Is there anything you need between now and then?" Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Tell me something," he said. "Something ordinary. About your life here. Not the hearing, not Dumbledore, just something ordinary." Harry thought about it. "I played Seeker for Gryffindor this year," he said. "We won the cup. I caught the snitch in about 4 minutes, which was too fast," Ron said, "because we were winning on points anyway and he wanted to watch the match." Something happened in Sirius's face. A smile, real and sudden and transforming, and for a moment Harry could see exactly what Sirius Black had looked like before 11 years of Azkaban did what it did. "James would have done the same thing," Sirius said. "He always caught it too fast. Said he couldn't help it." He paused. "What broomstick?" "Nimbus 2000, Harry said. Gift from McGonagall. She saw me fly in class. Minerva always did recognize talent, Sirius said. Another pause, softer. You're good. I don't fall off, Harry said. So. Better than average. Sirius laughed. It was slightly broken and completely real, and Harry committed it to memory. For days, Harry said. Yeah, Sirius said. For days. Fawkes let the connection go. The golden warmth faded. The room was quiet and ordinary again, just walls and firelight and the sound of the castle asleep around them. Harry sat in the chair for a moment longer. Then he stood, and Fawkes moved to his shoulder, and he walked back to the tower through dark corridors, and everything that was coming in 4 days moved with him, large and inevitable, and, he found, checking honestly, not frightening. Ready, maybe. He found he was ready. The 14th arrived like important days always arrive, looking completely ordinary from the outside, the same June morning light through the dormitory windows, the same sounds of the castle waking up, until you remembered what the date was, and the ordinary quality of the morning became slightly unreal, as if the world hadn't gotten the message yet. Harry dressed carefully. Hermione was already at breakfast when he came down, with her notes folder and the expression of someone who had slept for exactly the amount of time she'd allocated to sleeping and not a minute more. Ron was beside her eating with the focused dedication of someone who had decided that food was important today and was not going to let the significance of events prevent him from consuming it. They traveled to the ministry by flow from Dumbledore's office, which Dumbledore had offered with the composed generosity of a man who was going to cooperate with this process in full view of anyone watching. He came with them, which Harry had expected. He was dressed for it, the particular gravity of his formal robes, the weight of the half-moon glasses, all the accumulated presence of being Albus Dumbledore which he carried with the ease of long practice. The Wizengamot chamber was underground, as all the most serious things tended to be in the ministry's architecture, deep below street level, circular, with high stone seats arranged in tiers around a central floor. It was full when they arrived. 49 Wizengamot members in their plum-colored robes. The press gallery above. Amelia Bones in the Chief Warlock's chair for the day, which she'd been granted on the grounds of conflict of interest with the standard Chief Warlock who had ministry alignment issues with this specific case. And in the center, in the chair that prisoners occupied, Sirius. He'd been transported properly, via ministry escort, and he was in the chair with the conjured chains the Wizengamot used for serious hearings, which made something tighten in Harry's chest. The chains were procedural, he knew, they were for any high-security prisoner, standard practice, but seeing them on Sirius, who had spent 11 years in Azkaban for something he hadn't done, made the procedural reality of it feel like something it wasn't supposed to feel like, and Harry had to take a breath and remind himself that in an hour those chains were coming off. Sirius looked up when Harry came in. Their eyes met across the chamber. Harry gave him a single nod. "We're here, we're ready, we've done everything we could." Sirius returned it with the particular composure of someone who had spent 4 days deciding they were going to hold it together in this room regardless of what it cost. The session opened. Bones moved through the procedural elements with the efficiency of someone who'd presided over difficult sessions before and was not going to let this one stretch out longer than necessary. The prosecution presented their original case. It was performed by a junior ministry attorney who had the expression of someone who knew what they were arguing was indefensible and was professionally obligated to argue it anyway, and he did it competently and briefly and with visible relief when it was finished. Then Ogden stood. He was, Harry thought watching him work, genuinely excellent. He moved through the evidence with the clean precision of a surgeon, the Pettigrew transformation, witnessed and formally documented by 3 senior Hogwarts staff, corroborated by the formal Auror record. The Animagus registration record showing Peter Pettigrew had never filed. The testimony of Sirius himself, taken through sworn pensive memory rather than live testimony because Ogden had made the strategic decision that giving the hostile members a live Sirius to interrogate was a risk they didn't need to take. The pensive showed exactly what Sirius remembered, in the specific detail that pensive memories provided, and what it showed was precise and coherent and told the same story from 11 years ago that Harry and Hermione's research had assembled from the outside. Then the witness testimony. McGonagall was first. She was precise and devastating and delivered her 30-year knowledge of Sirius Black as a student and young wizard in the clipped tones of someone who had been waiting to say this and was not going to waste it on hesitation. Flitwick spoke to the legal procedural failures. He had the statute numbers memorized. All of them. Dumbledore stood. The chamber went very quiet. Even the members who'd been resistant, Harry could see them from the witness gallery, could watch the chamber the way you watch an audience when you're reading the room. Even they adjusted in their seats, because Albus Dumbledore's testimony commanded that adjustment regardless of anyone's feelings about it. He spoke about Sirius Black. He spoke with the warmth of genuine knowledge and the care of someone who had, whatever else was true, actually loved the people in this story in his own complicated way. He was certain of Sirius's innocence. He was direct about his failure to act sooner. He did not make excuses. He said, with the clean precision of a man choosing honesty over protection, that he had allowed considerations to affect his priorities that should not have been allowed to do so, and that the result was a man spending 11 years in Azkaban for something he hadn't done, and that this was indefensible. He did not use the word prophecy. He did not explain his reasons. He made the choice, Harry thought, of accepting the accountability without the explanation, which was the more costly version of the two choices, and Harry, watching him, registered it. Then Harry was called. He walked to the center floor from the witness gallery and stood in the space that was not quite the prisoner's chair but was not quite knotted either, the place where witnesses stood, and he looked up at 49 members and the press gallery and Amelia Bones and Sirius in the chair and Dumbledore sitting with his hands folded. He told the truth. He told it the way he'd been telling everything for the last 2 weeks, clearly, in order, without performance. He told them what he knew about Sirius from the letters, about the night the Potters died as Sirius had described it, about Pettigrew and the rat and Ron's dormitory. He told them about the diagnostic report, briefly, and what the management of his guardianship had looked like from the inside, and what that said about why Sirius's release had been inconvenient to certain interests. He didn't accuse. He described. 3 of the hostile members tried to interrupt. Bones managed them with the flat efficiency of someone who had run difficult meetings before and had no interest in letting this one be derailed. Harry answered every question he was asked. Some of them were the questions of people trying to find weaknesses in the account, and he answered those too, with the calm certainty of someone whose account had no weaknesses because it was simply true. One member, older, who'd been in the Wizengamot for decades, asked Harry if he believed the Ministry had acted in bad faith in the original imprisonment. Harry paused. He thought about it genuinely. I think the Ministry acted in the kind of faith that happens when you trust one person's assessment without requiring evidence, he said. Which isn't the same as bad faith, but it produces the same results when that one person's assessment is wrong or motivated by things they're not disclosing. He looked at the member. The answer to that isn't to be suspicious of everyone. It's to require the evidence regardless of who's making the assessment. The member looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded, once, very slightly. Harry went back to the gallery. The vote was called. 38-11 in favor of full acquittal. The chains on Sirius's chair fell. The sound they made when they hit the stone floor was very small for something that meant what it meant. Sirius sat in the chair for a moment, looking at his hands. Ogden was there immediately with the formal discharge documents, and Harry watched Sirius sign them with the hand that was shaking slightly and then stop shaking as if by decision. He stood. He was tall, Harry realized, taller than he'd looked through the fire connection. He was thin and pale and his hair was everywhere, and he straightened up in the chamber with the measured dignity of someone who had decided that this room was not going to see anything less than his full standing. He looked across the chamber and found Harry. The press gallery was moving, reporters already scribbling, and the Wizengamot members were standing, and the Ministry officials were doing the procedural things that Ministry officials did in the aftermath of significant votes, and in the middle of all of it Sirius walked across the chamber floor and Harry walked down from the gallery, and they met in the center of the room. Up close, Sirius looked like someone who needed a great deal of food and sunlight and somewhere warm to sleep. He also looked like someone who had survived 11 years of the thing that was supposed to make surviving impossible, and the shape of that survival was all over him in ways that Harry could see and probably couldn't fully understand yet. Sirius looked at Harry for a moment. Then he put his hand on the back of Harry's head, the way Harry had seen adults do with children they loved, and said, very quietly, "Hello." "Hi," Harry said. They stood there for a moment in the middle of the Wisengamot chamber with the ministry happening around them and the press gallery watching, and Harry thought about the letter at midnight and the fire connection and the motorcycle that had crossed a dark country with a baby in it, and he thought that 11 years was an enormous amount of time, and also that time, in some ways, was the most correctable of mistakes, if you caught it when you still could. "Let's get out of here," Harry said. "God, yes," Sirius said. Outside was the ministry atrium, vast and gold and busy with the ordinary traffic of a ministry afternoon. They came through the Wisengamot level lifts with Ogden and Ron and Hermione and McGonagall, and the atrium opened around them, and Sirius walked out of the lift and stopped. He stood in the atrium and looked up at the ceiling, which was not a real ceiling but an enchanted one, currently showing a blue sky with mild clouds, not actual sky but something approximate. He stood there for a long moment. "There'll be better skies," Harry said. "When we get outside." "I know," Sirius said. He was still looking at the enchanted ceiling. "I know there will. I just needed a minute." They gave him the minute. Ogden came to stand beside Harry. "There are some financial matters," he said quietly. "The Black Estate, it's been in stasis during his imprisonment. We'll need to address that, and there's the question of residence and ministry follow-up appointments, tomorrow," Harry said. Ogden looked at him. Then at Sirius, still looking at the fake sky. "Tomorrow," he agreed. McGonagall had her hand in her robe pocket and was apparently very interested in the floor tiles. Ron and Hermione stood slightly back, far enough to give space, close enough to be present, which was the right instinct, the one Harry noted without surprise because they always had the right instinct when it mattered. Sirius turned around. He looked at the group of them, the small, unlikely, thoroughly underorganized army that had apparently gotten him out of Azkaban in 2 weeks. He looked at McGonagall. He looked at Hermione and Ron. He looked at Fawkes, who was on Harry's shoulder with the settled patience of something that had known this would happen. "How?" he said, in a voice that meant to be more composed than it was. "In 2 weeks. Hermione did the research," Harry said. Ron caught the rat. McGonagall called the Aurors. Fawkes carried the letters. He paused. Ogden did the legal work. Bones ran the hearing fairly. "And you?" Sirius said. Harry thought about it. "I pulled the thread," he said. "And didn't let go." Sirius looked at him. Then at Fawkes. Then back at Harry, and his expression was complicated and real and contained several things that were probably going to need a quieter setting than the ministry atrium to properly address. "Let's get you some food," Ron said, with the practical genius of someone who had learned from Molly Weasley that food was the right answer to a lot of things. "You look like you haven't eaten properly in 11 years, Sirius said. "Right." Ron nodded. "That's definitely addressable." "Can he come to the Burrow?" he asked Harry. "Mum said, she sent a letter this morning. She said if he was out today he should come for dinner." Harry looked at Sirius. "Molly Weasley is cooking dinner?" Sirius said. "Almost certainly," Ron said. Sirius closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. Then he opened them. "Yes," he said. "Absolutely yes." They walked through the ministry atrium together, the 5 of them plus a phoenix, and took the lifts and came out through the visitor entrance into the London afternoon, and the sky above them was real and enormous and June-bright, and Sirius stopped on the pavement and looked up at it. He didn't say anything. He just looked at it for a long moment with the specific attention of someone learning something again that they'd forgotten the texture of. Harry stood beside him and let him look. It was a good sky. They didn't see Voldemort coming because Voldemort didn't come the way you expected. He came the way he'd always come, through a person, through a gap, through something that had already been in place long before anyone was looking. It was Pettigrew. In ministry custody, awaiting his own trial, in a holding facility that was supposed to be secure, Peter Pettigrew transformed on a Tuesday evening, 2 days after Sirius's release, when the guard rotation had a 4-minute gap that shouldn't have been a gap, and he ran. Not out of the ministry. He ran to something. He ran the way a compass runs to north, the way Sirius had said he ran toward power, and what he ran toward was a location in the north of England where fragments of Voldemort's will had been gathering around the remnants of what the diary Horcrux had shed before its destruction. Harry knew none of this at the time. He was at the Burrow when it happened, sitting at the kitchen table watching Sirius eat Molly Weasley's cooking with the expression of someone who had rediscovered something fundamental about the nature of reality, and Ron was telling a story about Fred and George's last attempt to enchant their dad's shed, and Hermione was laughing, actually laughing, properly, the real version she didn't always allow herself, and the Burrow was warm and loud and completely real. The owl arrived at 9. It was from Ogden, brief, urgent, the clipped handwriting of someone who'd been told something alarming and was passing it on as fast as possible. Pettigrew escaped. Ministry holding. Possible destination, see enclosed map coordinates from the DMLE. Bones says movement detected near these coordinates consistent with dark magical activity. She's asking if you have resources she doesn't. Harry read it. Read it again. Looked at the map coordinates on the second piece of parchment. He looked at Fawkes, who was on the kitchen windowsill and who had been watching him since the owl arrived. Can you see what's there? Harry said. Fawkes spread his wings. Wait, Sirius said. He'd been watching too, with the quick alertness of someone whose aura instincts were apparently still functional after 11 years. What is it? Harry handed him the letter. He watched Sirius read it. Watched the thing that had been relaxed and fed and warm in the Burrow kitchen reset itself into something older and harder and sharper, the thing Sirius Black had been before Azkaban, apparently still in there and available when needed. Sirius put the letter down. Looked at Harry. You're not going to stay here, Sirius said. No, Harry said. I can't, he stopped. Processed. I'm not, I was released 6 hours ago, I'm not technically reinstated with any, come anyway, Harry said. You know Voldemort. You fought him. I'd rather have you. Sirius looked at him. Then at Molly, who had gone very still at the counter. She had her wand in her hand without appearing to have consciously drawn it, which was either maternal instinct or the reflexes of a woman who'd been through one war. Harry, Molly started. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, I don't need to be told to be careful. But I'm going. Fawkes can take us directly, he's faster than anything else available and he can bring us back. She looked at him. Her jaw was set and her eyes were bright and she was about to say something that would have been both loving and objectively counterproductive. Mum, Ron said. She looked at Ron. He killed a basilisk 2 weeks ago, Ron said. Mum. He's going. The kitchen was quiet. The fire crackled. Molly looked at Harry for a long moment. Then she crossed the kitchen and pulled him into a hug that was brief and fierce and communicated several things that neither of them was going to put into words, and then she stepped back. Come home, she said. Which was its own kind of permission. We will, Harry said. He looked at Sirius. Ready? Sirius stood. He looked like someone who'd been through 11 years of being broken and put himself back together with whatever was available and found, apparently, that the available materials had been enough. He looked at the map coordinates. He looked at Fawkes. Ready, he said. Hermione stood. I'm coming. Hermione, don't, she said, in a voice that preemptively closed every objection. Don't. I'm coming. Harry looked at Ron. Ron stood. Right, Harry said. Together, then. Fawkes spread his full wingspan in the burrow kitchen, enormous, gold-lit, the walls glowing orange with it, and the fire came, and the burrow was gone, and they were somewhere else entirely. The somewhere else was a ruin. Not a dramatic ruin, not a castle or a tower, just the remains of a farmhouse somewhere in the north where the hills were dark against a darkening sky and the air smelled like stone and something older, something Harry's magic recognized before his brain did, the particular cold feeling of dark magic that had been concentrating in a place for a while. They stood in the remnants of the farmyard and looked at the farmhouse, which was dark, and the dark was not just absence of light. Harry felt it clearly, the particular way his magic had always responded to Voldemort, the scar prickling, the wrongness of it, except that the scar prickling was something else now. Not just warning. Something that ran both ways, like a compass that worked in both directions, and he understood without being told that the destruction of the diary, Riddle's memory, had done something to the fragmented consciousness that remained, had reduced it, and what was here was diminished and desperate and therefore dangerous in a different way from the way it would be dangerous when it was strong. Sirius moved to stand beside him. He had his wand out with the easy readiness of someone who'd been doing this for years. "What do you feel?" he asked quietly. "Weak," Harry said. "But here. Using Pettigrew as an anchor." He looked at the house. "Pettigrew brought himself here to be useful. To be used. Like he's always done," Sirius said. Inside the house, something moved. It moved the way things that were not quite right moved, the quality of motion that preceded dark magic, the premonitory wrongness of it. Hermione's wand was up. Ron's was up. Sirius had not lowered his since they'd arrived. Harry walked toward the house. Not cautiously. Not with the performance of caution that was actually hesitation. He walked toward it the way he'd been walking toward things for 2 weeks, with his eyes open and nothing artificial guiding his feet and his own assessment of the situation the only thing that mattered. The door opened before he reached it. Not by Pettigrew. Pettigrew was inside, and Harry could feel him, the specific quality of his fear which was a creature's fear, a small animal's fear, the cold instinct of something that had survived too long by hiding and was now cornered in a room with its patron and that patron was not in any state to protect him. The door opened because what was in there had felt Harry coming and had decided to address it. What came through the door was not Voldemort. Not yet, not properly. It was what was left of him, a shade, a presence without full form, something that existed in the gap between destroyed and rebuilt. It was cold in the way space is cold, and it was dark in the way the space between things is dark, and it looked at Harry with the particular attention of something that had been told a great deal about this specific person and was now revising its expectations in real time. "Harry Potter," it said. The voice was thin and high and wrong, built from Pettigrew's voice and something else underneath it. "Hi," Harry said. A pause. "You're different," it said. "Yes," Harry said. "You're weaker than you expected to be." "The diary, I know what the diary was," Harry said. And here was the thing about the prophecy, the thing he'd had 2 weeks to turn over and examine from every angle, it was not a death sentence. It was a fact about the future, and facts about the future were navigable if you understood them clearly. Neither can live while the other survives. He understood it. He wasn't afraid of it. He was 12 years old and standing in a farmyard in the north of England looking at a shade of the most feared dark wizard in a century, and what he felt was not fear but the clean, cold focus of someone who had decided exactly what they were doing. He raised his wand. Not a killing curse, he wasn't capable of that yet and he wasn't going to be, not by choice. What he cast was something else, something from the deep instinctive place where his magic lived, the part that had burned through basalt and basilisk venom and loyalty spells with the same quiet insistence of water finding its level. The spell was gold. He hadn't known it would be gold. He suspected Fawkes had something to do with that. The shade screamed, a thin, terrible sound, and tore apart in the light like something that had never been fully real. Pettigrew, inside the house, made a sound that was more rat than human and scrambled for the window. Sirius was there before he reached it. He caught Pettigrew with the practiced ease of someone who had spent years as an Auror and had not lost those instincts despite 11 years in Azkaban, and he held him, the man who had betrayed everyone he'd loved and spent a decade hiding in a child's bedroom, and the expression on Sirius's face was not triumph and not revenge but something quieter and more complex, the expression of someone whose narrative has just reached the point where it makes sense again. "Peter," Sirius said. Pettigrew looked at him with the watery cornered eyes. "Sirius, I had to, I know," Sirius said. "You'll tell it to the Wizengamot." He handed Pettigrew to Ron, who held him with the particular firm grip of someone who had spent 2 weeks thinking about what they wanted to say to this specific person and had decided that nothing they wanted to say was worth saying. Harry stood in the doorway of the ruined farmhouse and felt the place where the shade had been, empty now, the cold gone, the dark magic dissipating in the night air. Diminished, not destroyed. He knew that. Whatever fragments of Voldemort remained in the world, this one was gone, and the rest would take time and more than a single gold spell in a farmyard. But this one was gone. Fawkes landed on his shoulder and made a sound that was long and resonant and filled the farmyard with something that was almost but not quite music. Hermione appeared beside him. She looked at the place where the shade had been. Then she looked at Harry. Then she looked at her notes folder, which she had apparently brought with her to a dark magic encounter in a Yorkshire ruin. "I want to document what happened," she said. "While it's recent." "Obviously," Harry said. Sirius came to stand on Harry's other side. He looked up at the sky, real stars, the dark and enormous North England sky that had nothing in it but itself. His hand found Harry's shoulder briefly, the same gesture as the Wizengamot, and then it was gone. 14 days, Sirius said. Harry looked at him. "From a letter to this," Sirius said. 14 days. "We still have things to do," Harry said. "The inquiry. Your medical situation. The remaining Horcruxes," he stopped. "I'll explain Horcruxes tomorrow." Sirius stared at him. "You'll explain, tomorrow," Harry said. "Tonight we go home." Fawkes spread his wings, warm and gold in the dark, and home was the word Harry had used and he'd meant it. He'd meant it for the Burrow and for Hogwarts and for wherever Sirius Black was going to be, and maybe for all three at once, because loyalty, the real kind, the kind that was freely given and chose its own direction, didn't operate in a single direction. It just grew, outward and forward, like fire toward the things that deserved it. Chapter 6. After the fire, the Wizengamot inquiry into Albus Dumbledore opened on a Wednesday morning in late June, and the wizarding world had been arguing about it for 3 weeks before the first session even started. Rita Skeeter had gotten exactly what she'd wanted from Sirius's hearing. Her first article had run the morning after under the headline "The Boy Who Lived," and the headmaster who arranged IT and had been equal parts accurate, sensational, and strategically timed to arrive before Dumbledore could shape the narrative. The accurate parts were sufficient to make the sensational parts defensible, which was, Harry suspected, the most dangerous kind of journalism. He'd read it once, put it down, and decided not to read Skeeter again unless legally necessary. The rest of the wizarding press had been less measured. The Prophet ran 14 opinion pieces in 10 days, split roughly between Dumbledore, tragic hero or calculating architect, and Potter, savior or troublemaker. Which seemed to Harry like the wrong 2 questions but was apparently the range available. Letters to the editor arrived at Hogwarts in quantities that required Fawkes to manage them, because school owls were overwhelmed and Fawkes had taken on the role of filtering correspondence with the quiet efficiency of something that had decided this was within its remit. Sirius was at Grimmauld Place. He'd gone back to the family home with the reluctance of someone returning to a place that contained a lot of difficult things, but Ogden had advised it, legally, an address of known residence simplified the remaining processes, and Grimmauld Place was technically Sirius's. He'd spent 2 days opening windows and throwing out furniture that was, he said, literally cursed, and Molly Weasley had come on the 3rd day with cleaning supplies and the focused energy of someone who considered a dirty house a personal offense, and between them they'd made something that looked less like a monument to a family's worst impulses and more like somewhere a person could actually live. Harry visited every other day via Fawkes. He sat in the kitchen that was becoming gradually habitable and drank tea and told Sirius things about the last 12 years in the approximate order they occurred to him, and Sirius listened with the focused attention of someone building a picture he should have had from the beginning. Sirius laughed in the right places and was silent in the right places and occasionally said things like "I'm going to be angry about that" for a very long time in the particular measured tone that meant he was managing the anger rather than expressing it because expressing it wouldn't help Harry. One afternoon, sitting at the grim old kitchen table while Sirius fixed something that had been broken in the house since approximately the 1970s, Harry said, "I used to think about you when I was young." Sirius set down his tool. "What did you think?" "Not specifically about you. I didn't know about you, I didn't know I had a godfather," the Dursleys never said. He turned his mug around. "I just thought there was someone who was supposed to be there and wasn't. I didn't know who." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "I'm sorry it took this long." "You were in Azkaban," Harry said. "I know. I'm not apologizing for the circumstance. I'm apologizing for the gap." He picked up his tool again, turned it over. "There's a difference." Harry nodded. "I know." They sat in the quiet of the kitchen and the house settled around them with the sounds of an old building adjusting to occupation, and outside the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place the London afternoon moved through its paces, and it was, Harry thought, a thoroughly ordinary kind of good. The kind that didn't need anything added to it. McGonagall had submitted the Board of Governors' inquiry findings to the Wizengamot in the second week of June. The findings were thorough and carefully worded, she had written them herself, over 3 days, in the precise documentation style of someone who wanted every word to mean exactly what it said and not one thing more or less. They cited the diagnostic evidence, the legal precedent, the specific magical interventions and their documented effects. They recommended a formal Wizengamot review with the weight of the board's unanimous vote behind them, Malfoy's included. Harry had read the findings before they were submitted. He'd asked if he could, and McGonagall had handed them to him without comment and waited while he read. They were good. They were honest and surgical and unsparing in exactly the right proportions. He'd handed them back and said, "These are excellent, Professor," and she'd said, "They should be." I've had 30 years to notice things I didn't act on, and he'd decided not to say anything further because sometimes things that needed to be said had already been said. The Wizengamot inquiry was different from the board review. More formal, more public, more people in the room with more different agendas and the knowledge that whatever happened here would shape what wizarding governance looked like for decades. Bones presided again, having recused the standard chief warlock on conflict of interest grounds that nobody argued with seriously. Harry's testimony was scheduled for the second day. He arrived with Fawkes on his shoulder and Hermione and Ron in the gallery above, and Sirius in the row behind him, and Ogden at the table on his right. He sat in the witness chair and looked out at 49 members of the Wizengamot and the press gallery and Dumbledore in the respondent's chair with his hands in his lap. They looked at each other across the chamber. Then Harry looked at the members of the Wizengamot, found Bones, and nodded. He spoke for 90 minutes. He did not use notes. He'd tried, during preparation, to work from notes, and Hermione had finally said, gently, "Harry, you don't need them, you know all of this, just say what you know," and she'd been right. He said what he knew. He said it in order and without embellishment, and he answered questions when they came, and when the questions were the kind designed to destabilize rather than clarify, the kind that several of the more ministry-aligned members tried, he handled them the same way he'd handled Dumbledore in the hospital wing, with the precise and patient manner of someone who was in no hurry and had nothing to hide. One member, a man named Thaddeus Frowley who had been on the Wizengamot since before Harry was born and had the expression of someone who found the entire proceeding distasteful, asked him whether he believed the headmaster's interventions had been genuinely malicious. Harry thought about it properly, in front of everyone, for a full 10 seconds. "No," he said. "I don't think they were malicious. I think they were the interventions of someone who decided that his judgment about my life was more valid than my own ability to make those judgments, and who then built structures to ensure that his judgment was the one that operated." He paused. The problem isn't that he wanted bad things for me. The problem is that wanting good things for someone doesn't give you the right to decide what good things look like and install that decision in them magically, without consent, when they're 3 years old. He looked at Frowley. Intent doesn't change effect. And the effect, in this case, was 12 years of altered autonomous judgment in a child. Frowley looked at him for a long moment. "You're 12 years old," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I am. I'm also the person this was done to, which gives me a specific kind of authority on the subject that doesn't depend on my age." Several members shifted in their seats. "Additionally," Harry said, "I'd like to point out that the question of my age has come up several times in this inquiry as though my age makes my testimony less reliable. I'd ask the Wisingamat to consider whether the standard of a 12-year-old's testimony is inherently suspect is one they want to establish formally, given that children are the primary victims in cases of this kind and their testimony would be the primary evidence available." Hermione, in the gallery, made a sound that she converted into a cough. Bones allowed herself a very small, very controlled expression that on a less experienced face would have been a smile. "Continue, Mr. Potter." He continued. When he finished and returned to his seat, Sirius put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder from the row behind, and Harry felt Ron in the gallery above without turning around, that specific familiar presence that meant Ron was doing the thing he did at Quidditch matches, which was willing things to go right with his whole body. Dumbledore's testimony came last. It lasted 3 hours. Harry did not enjoy watching it, which surprised him. He'd expected some satisfaction, some sense of account being settled, but what he felt instead was something more complicated and less useful, the specific discomfort of watching someone intelligent and genuinely capable and genuinely committed to certain real goods be asked to account for the ways those commitments had become justifications for things that were not good at all, and doing it honestly, which Dumbledore did. He told the full truth about the prophecy. He told the truth about the redirects, their installation, their maintenance, his reasoning. He told the truth about Sirius's imprisonment and what he'd known and when and what he'd chosen to prioritize instead. He told the truth about the Sorting Hat conversation and the welfare visits and the structure he'd built around Harry's life. He did not make it sound reasonable. He did not reach for the warm explanatory voice or the gentle "it's complicated." He stated it, in the flat precision of someone who had decided that this room deserved the actual version, and the actual version did not require softening because the people in this room were adults who could handle the actual version, and he had spent too long deciding other people couldn't handle things. Harry watched him do this and thought about what it had cost, and thought that the cost wasn't nothing, and thought that the cost also wasn't sufficient to undo what the cost was being paid for, and that both of those things were true simultaneously and would be true indefinitely. When Dumbledore finished, there was a silence in the chamber that was not the silence of people thinking about what they'd heard, that kind of silence had a particular quality of internal activity, but the silence of people who had finished thinking and were sitting with the weight of their conclusions. Bones called the vote. The Wisingamat's findings took 4 days to be formalized. When they came, they were comprehensive. Albus Dumbledore was formally censured on 3 counts: unauthorized magical interference with a minor, failure to disclose evidence material to a criminal inquiry, and abuse of custodial authority in relation to the guardianship determination following the deaths of James and Lily Potter. He was barred from making custodial decisions regarding minors without Wisingamat oversight for a period of 10 years. He was required to submit to quarterly review by an independent magical ethics body for the same period. He was not removed from Hogwarts. This was the part people argued about. Harry had been asked his opinion before the vote, in the informal way that Bones operated, not a formal consultation, just a direct question in a corridor outside the chamber. "Do you want him removed?" Harry had thought about it. "No," he said. Bones had looked at him. "He's the best educator at that school," Harry said. "Probably in the country. Removing him because of what he did to me doesn't serve the students. Making him accountable for it does." He paused. "And I want to be able to finish my education at Hogwarts without it being destroyed by the fallout from this." "Practical," Bones said. I've had 2 weeks of Ogden, Harry said. It's contagious. She'd almost smiled. Dumbledore accepted the censure and all its conditions without appeal. He was present at the formal reading of the findings, composed as always, and when it was finished he stood and thanked the Wisingamot for the rigor of their process. He looked once at Harry across the chamber, a single, considered look, and Harry returned it with the same quality of attention. They had not spoken privately since the staff meeting. Harry thought they probably needed to, eventually. Not to repair things, which was the wrong frame. There was nothing to repair, there was only a relationship that needed to be rebuilt from scratch on different terms, without any of the old furniture. He thought Dumbledore probably understood this too, and that the question of whether he was capable of that kind of rebuilding was one that would take time to answer. Time, Harry had decided, was something he intended to have. However the prophecy resolved, he intended to be there for the years on either side of it, and those years were going to have things in them worth having. He was prepared to be patient. The last week of term arrived with the specific quality that last weeks of term always had, the lightening of the school as exams finished and the summer stretched ahead, the gradual unwinding of the structure that had held everyone in place. End-of-year Quidditch talk, overheard planning for holidays, the stack of things people were taking home in trunks growing larger and more precarious. Harry packed his trunk on the last Thursday of term and looked at what went into it. Robes. Books. The invisibility cloak. The Marauder's map, he'd found it during the term's chaos, tucked in Filch's filing cabinet under confiscated and highly dangerous, and had decided the thing his father and godfather had made together was coming home regardless. The diagnostic parchment, which he'd decided to keep. Hermione's original research notes. Fawkes sat on the open trunk lid and watched him pack with the interested patience of a creature that had no particular relationship with physical belongings but found the activity worth observing. Ron came in and sat on his own bed and watched Harry fold things. He'd been doing more of this lately, sitting in companionable quiet without needing to fill it, which was a new Ron development and possibly a side effect of the last month. "What are you thinking about?" he said eventually. "Next year," Harry said. "Defense against the dark arts," Ron said immediately, with the tone of someone who'd been thinking about this too. "Lockhart's definitely going. He announced it this morning apparently." McGonagall told Seamus. "Did she?" "She didn't look devastated about it." Ron pulled at a loose thread on his robe. "Mum asked if you're coming to the Burrow first." "Yes," Harry said. 2 weeks, then Sirius's. He wants to take me somewhere. He hasn't said where." "Mystery trip from the ex-Azkaban prisoner," Ron said. "Reassuring." "He mentioned Scotland," Harry said. "Some lake." "Also the place where your family owned a house," Ron offered. Harry looked at him. "Dad mentioned it," Ron said, slightly carefully. "Godric's Hollow." "Where your parents," he stopped. "You don't have to." "I know." Harry folded a robe. "I want to, I think. Eventually." He put the robe in the trunk. "Not this summer. But eventually." Ron nodded. He understood exactly what eventually meant when Harry said it, not avoidance but timeline, and there was a difference. Neville appeared in the doorway with an unusual expression, which was the expression he had when he decided to say something he'd been deciding about for a while. "Harry." Harry looked at him. "I wanted to say," Neville came into the room fully, stood with his characteristic slight brace of someone expecting something to go wrong. "The Sorting Hat. What Snape said about Dumbledore arranging it for certain students." He met Harry's eyes. "I was one of those, wasn't I?" Harry looked at him steadily. "Snape said Dumbledore mentioned you," he said. "I don't know exactly what form that took." Neville nodded. He took a breath. "I thought about that a lot. Since you said it in the staff meeting. Whether, the hat put me in Gryffindor, and I always thought it was a mistake, actually, and Gran thought," he stopped. "What if it wasn't a mistake? What if Dumbledore asked for me specifically and the hat, Neville, Harry said. Neville looked at him. You went into the chamber corridor in first year when you thought we needed help, Harry said. You tried to fight Malfoy on the train. You showed up to herbology twice a week for 2 years even though the theory was making you miserable, and you kept going until you understood it. He held Neville's gaze. The hat put you in Gryffindor. Maybe Dumbledore had something to do with asking. But you've been being Gryffindor every day since then. Those are different things. Neville was quiet. He looked at the floor. Then he looked up, and some of the brace had gone out of his posture, the specific kind of relaxation that follows something that's been tense for a long time. Okay, he said. Yeah, Harry said. Neville went back out. Ron looked at Harry. That was good, Ron said. He needed to hear it. Still, Ron said. Good. Harry put the last book in the trunk and closed the lid. The dormitory was quiet around them, the last few days of a school year settling into the particular piece of things finished. Through the window, Hogwarts in late June was the color it only got at the very end of summer term, deep green and long light, the lake going gold in the afternoons, the mountains in the distance wearing a haze that meant warm weather going further out than anyone could see from here. He was 12 years old, and he'd killed a basilisk and freed his godfather and stood up in 2 formal inquiries and burned 39 loyalty spells out of his own magical core and faced what was left of Voldemort in a ruined farmhouse and come home. He'd done all of that in the last month of his second year at school. He was already thinking about what year 3 was going to look like. Dumbledore found him on the last evening of term. Not in the hospital wing, not in the formal setting of the staff meeting, not in the chamber. He found him on the astronomy tower, which Harry had discovered was the best place in the castle when you needed air and height and the specific clarity of being above most things. He came up the stairs quietly and stood at the railing near Harry without announcement, which was its own kind of respect, not claiming the space, not arranging the encounter, just arriving. They stood for a moment without speaking, looking at the grounds below and the lake beyond and the mountains going dark at the edges as the sun went down. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. Another moment. I've been trying to work out how to give it properly, Dumbledore said. Which is somewhat ironic given that the failure being apologized for was, in part, a sustained effort to avoid accounting for things by explaining them instead. Don't explain it, Harry said. Just say it. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, what I did to you was wrong. The reasons I had were real. They were not sufficient. He turned slightly, looking at Harry directly. I took decisions from you that were yours to make. I installed structures in you that I had no right to install, and I maintained them for 12 years, and I made choices about your life, about your home, your guardianship, your relationships and alliances and sense of yourself, that were mine to make only because I took them, not because they were ever mine by right. He stopped. There are things I can't undo. The years are spent. I'm sorry for what they were. Harry looked at the lake. The light on it was the particular gold of the last half hour before dark, the colors going vivid as they went. Why the Dursleys, he said. It was the question he'd been sitting with the longest. Specifically. Not the blood wards. I understand the blood wards, there were other options that had blood wards. Why that house and those people? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I believed, he said carefully, that a childhood without distinction would serve you better than one with it. That growing up in a magical household, celebrated, known, would produce a particular kind of person that I was not certain would be resilient enough for what the prophecy described. I thought the Dursleys' house would give you ordinariness. Groundedness. Another pause. I was wrong about what ordinariness they would provide. You didn't check, Harry said. No. In 12 years. You visited to reinforce the redirects. You didn't stay long enough to notice. No, Dumbledore said again. Harry turned that over. He thought about what it meant, that Dumbledore had visited his house, had been physically present, and had not noticed a child sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. He thought about whether that was possible without deliberate not looking, and he arrived at an answer he found more complicated than simple culpability because it implied something about Dumbledore's limits that was in its own way more disturbing. He hadn't checked because he hadn't let himself check. Because checking would have required acting, and acting would have required disrupting his arrangements. "I think," Harry said, "you'll have to spend a long time with that." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I believe I will." They were quiet. The sky was getting darker and the first stars were starting, faint and definite. "The prophecy," Harry said. "I've been thinking about it. And it says neither can live while the other survives. Not Harry Potter must sacrifice himself. Not the prophecy's subject must be managed toward a specific end. Just, one of us has to deal with the other. Ultimately." He looked at the first star, barely visible. "That's my fight. On my terms. I'll walk toward it, but I'll walk toward it as myself." "I know," Dumbledore said. "I understand that now. Do you believe it?" Harry said. Not skeptically, honestly. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I believe," he said, "that the version of you who walked toward it on your own terms just spent a month demonstrating that you are considerably more formidable than the version of you I had been carefully constructing." He paused. "That is both a comfort and a fairly sharp accountability for the choices I made." Harry said nothing. The lake was going dark below them and Hogwarts was lit from inside, and somewhere below Peeves was doing something to the trophy room that was generating a distant crashing sound that no one appeared to be addressing. "There is one thing," Dumbledore said, "that I would ask." "Ask," Harry said. "The remaining, the other anchors. The things I placed in the world in preparation for the prophecy's resolution. Horcruxes, specifically." He looked at Harry. "You know that word." "Sirius and I talked about it," Harry said. "After the farmhouse. There are others. I know where some of them are. I have plans, in various states of readiness, that I've been building toward for many years." He met Harry's eyes. "I would like, if you're willing, to share that information with you. Not to direct you. Not to manage you toward a predetermined path." He paused. "Simply because it is information that is relevant to your life and you deserve to have it, and I have been withholding it for the wrong reasons long enough." Harry looked at him. "All of it? Everything I know?" Harry thought about what that was worth, the information Dumbledore carried, the decades of preparation and intelligence and the specific knowledge of Voldemort's history that no one else had assembled so completely. He thought about the cost of taking it, which was accepting a continued collaboration with someone who had done what Dumbledore had done, and about the cost of refusing it, which was operating without information that could be genuinely decisive. He thought about what his mother had apparently done, argue the harder side until he found the weaknesses. "Yes," he said. "But I'll have Hermione verify everything independently. Not because I think you'll lie. Because I'm not taking anyone's word on things that matter anymore. Including yours." Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. "That's entirely fair." "I know," Harry said. "And Sirius," Dumbledore said. "I'd like to, if Sirius is amenable, that's Sirius's decision," Harry said. "Not mine." Dumbledore nodded. He had the expression of someone accepting a particularly complex set of conditions and finding them, in the end, exactly what he deserved. "I don't forgive you," Harry said. "I want to be clear about that. I'm not going to say I do to make this easier. I wouldn't ask you to. But I'm not," Harry thought about how to put it. "I'm not going to be at war with you. I don't have the energy for that and it doesn't serve anything. You're going to do what the Wisengamot requires and I'm going to finish my education and we're going to work together on the Horcrux information because that's practical and I'm going to be watching." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "Not the watching of someone who expects to catch you doing something wrong. The watching of someone who knows that watching is what you should have had around you all along. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something Harry hadn't expected, which was, "You remind me of Lily." Harry looked at him. "Not in the way people usually mean," Dumbledore said. "Not appearance. Her mind. The way she held multiple truths at once without needing to resolve them into something simpler." He looked at the lake. "She would have argued with me every day. I think she knew what I was doing, toward the end. I think she would have stopped me if she'd had time." Harry stood with that. "She didn't," he said. "No. I have time." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You do." The stars were properly out now, the sky dark enough that the tower was lit only by the castle below and the particular luminosity that a clear night had over open water. Fawkes appeared, not from fire, just there, the way he sometimes was, as if he'd been waiting somewhere nearby and decided now was the right moment. He landed on the railing between them. He looked at Dumbledore. Something passed between the Phoenix and the old wizard. Harry couldn't read it, couldn't parse it, but its weight was real and it took long enough that neither of them spoke during it. Then Fawkes made a sound. Long and complex and unlike any sound Harry had heard from him before, not the war note, not the conversational short notes, not the wordless approval, but something that sounded like it had entire sentences inside it, the kind of singing that contained full communication without needing to be translated. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them he looked, Harry thought, different in a specific and hard-to-name way. Lighter, possibly. Or simply more honest about how heavy things were. "What did he say?" Harry asked. "Nothing I didn't already know," Dumbledore said. "That's rather the point of a phoenix." He pushed himself back from the railing. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Professor." He went down the stairs. His footsteps faded. The tower was quiet. Fawkes moved from the railing to Harry's shoulder, which had become so familiar that Harry barely registered it anymore, just felt the warmth and the slight weight, the particular texture of being accompanied by something that had made a choice about who to accompany. "Thank you," Harry said. "For the burning." Fawkes made the short approving sound. "For everything," Harry said. The Phoenix made no sound for a moment. Then he sang, genuinely sang, not the short communication notes but actual song, the kind of Phoenix song that Harry had heard in the chamber and had somehow forgotten the quality of until this moment, standing on the astronomy tower on the last evening of his second year at school. It was not sad and it was not triumphant. It was something that contained both of those things and went further than either, the way music sometimes does, the way the real versions of things transcend their components. It spoke about fire and renewal and the specific possibility of things burned clean enough to grow again, and Harry stood in it with the castle below him and the lake going dark and the mountains on the horizon and all of the summer ahead. He felt 12 years old. He felt also, entirely separately, like himself. These were, it turned out, not contradictory things. The train south left Hogwarts at 11 in the morning on the last day of June. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and Neville and Ginny Weasley, who had come back for the last 3 days of term and had sat quietly in the Gryffindor common room with the particular quality of someone who was taking stock of herself after something large and had not yet finished, and the train moved through the Scottish countryside with the steady rhythm of the Hogwarts Express doing what it always did, which was carry children toward whatever summer they were going home to. Ginny had not said much to Harry since coming back. She'd looked at him once across the common room with an expression that was mortified and grateful and complicated, and Harry had given her the same nod he'd given Sirius in the Wisengamot chamber, "We're here, we're okay," and she'd nodded back and looked away and that had been the whole of it so far. About an hour out of Hogsmeade, while Ron and Neville were arguing about whether the Cannons could win the European Cup if the rest of Europe simultaneously forgot how to fly, Ginny said, "Thank you." Harry looked at her. "For the chamber," she said. "I know you went for the diary. I know that's the actual priority. But, you were there," Harry said. "That was priority enough." She looked at the window. "I don't remember most of it. The last few months. I remember starting to write in it and then, patches. Like gaps in a book. She turned the end of her braid in her hands. Everyone's they're being very kind about it. Mum especially. But no one's actually, she stopped. Asked what it was like. Harry said. Said it was real, she said. They all say I'm fine now, it's over, and I know they mean well, but, it was real. He was in my head and he felt like a real person and he lied to me, which means there were true things in between and I can't, she stopped again. Can't tell what was real and what wasn't, Harry said. She looked at him sharply. I spent 2 years with 39 spells adjusting my judgment, Harry said. I can't fully sort out which opinions were mine and which were installed. He met her eyes. What you went through was worse. But I understand the sifting. The checking. Ginny was quiet for a moment. Does it get easier? It gets clearer, Harry said. That's not exactly the same thing. But clearer is useful. She looked at the window again. The countryside was going from Scottish mountains to softer English hills, the light changing as they moved south. He said you'd understand, she said quietly. Harry frowned. Riddle. In the diary. He said you'd understand what it was like, being used by Dumbledore's plans. She glanced at him. I think he meant it as, he was trying to make me feel like we were similar. He and I. She made a small sound. But he was right that you'd understand. Just wrong about what it meant. Harry thought about Tom Riddle's diary version saying we're very alike, you and I. He'd been saying that to Harry in the chamber, saying there was something the same between them, that they were both shaped by Dumbledore's designs, both products of the magical world's particular tendency to arrange people for its own purposes. He'd been wrong about most of what he'd meant by it. But underneath the wrongness was something that was at least approaching true. We're not alike, Harry said. But he was right that I'd understand. Ginny nodded. Ron had glanced over during this conversation with the subtle attention he deployed when he was listening without appearing to, and now he said, to the window, as if continuing a thought he'd been having independently, next year, you should try out for Quidditch. Ginny looked at him. What? You used to fly all the time, before you started at Hogwarts, Ron said. Mum used to complain about it. You were always nicking our brooms. He shrugged. You're better than Percy and Percy made the team in 3rd year. That's not, Ginny started, with the expression she had when she was arguing something she intended to concede. You're saying that because, I'm saying it because it's true, Ron said, with mild dignity. Also because Marcus Flint has graduated and Slytherin's Quidditch team is going to be a mess next year and we should be ready for that. Neville looked at Ron with profound respect. That was very smoothly done, he said. Thank you, Ron said. Ginny looked between them, processing. Then she looked at Harry, who was not going to say anything because Ron had handled it correctly and supplementing it would only reduce the effect. Maybe, she said. Maybe's fine, Ron said, and went back to his window. The train moved south and the compartment was warm with the particular warmth of good company, and Neville fell asleep around 1 o'clock and listed gently sideways until he was propped against the window, and Hermione was reading something new that she'd found in the school library and checked out for the summer, and Ron eventually stopped pretending to look at the countryside and fell asleep too, with his Chudley Cannon's hat over his face. Ginny pulled out a book and read, or appeared to read. Every now and then she looked at the window with the expression of someone paying attention to something inside rather than outside, and Harry recognized that too and left her to it. He sat with Fawkes warm on his shoulder and thought about what the summer was going to be, the Burrow, loud and warm and full of Weasleys, and then Grimmauld Place, and Sirius learning to be a person again and Harry learning to let someone be in the category of family again, which was a word he'd had a complicated relationship with. He thought about 3rd year and whatever it was going to bring, a new defense teacher, the ongoing Horcrux project that he and Dumbledore had agreed to work on, Sirius's freedom and what came with it. He thought about Voldemort, not with fear, not with dread, but with the pragmatic attention of someone who has a significant problem on their list and is working through the steps. The shade at the farmhouse had been diminished. There were other fragments still in the world, and he and Hermione were going to spend part of the summer building a proper understanding of them, and Dumbledore had information that would help, and Sirius had Auror experience and 12 years of strategic thinking, and Fawkes was a phoenix who apparently considered Harry's problems to be within his operational scope. He had worse odds, he thought, to be working with. He also thought about the prophecy's phrase, "The power the Dark Lord knows not," and what that might mean, and he thought that whatever it was, it probably wasn't something Dumbledore had been planning to install in him. It was probably the thing that had been under the 39 redirects all along. The thing that had been there since he was 3 years old and had survived everything that had been placed on top of it and was still there now, operating freely, making its own assessments. He thought he'd find out what it was by doing the thing he was apparently already doing, which was moving through his own life with his eyes open and his judgment intact and nothing steering him away from the questions he was supposed to be asking. That seemed manageable. The train pulled into King's Cross at 6 in the evening. The platform was its usual end-of-year chaos, trunks and owls and families and noise, the specific cheerful disorder of a school year ending and summer beginning. Harry came through the barrier onto the Muggle side of the station with his trunk on the trolley and Fawkes on his shoulder and his friends around him, and found Sirius. He was standing near the pillar. He'd had 3 weeks of Molly Weasley's cooking and some sunlight and his hair was clean and he was wearing clothes that fit, and he looked like a person who was in the early stages of remembering what it meant to be a person and was finding the process both difficult and worth it. He had his hands in his pockets and he was watching the barrier with the expression of someone who was nervous and wasn't going to perform being nervous because he'd been through worse than nervous. He saw Harry. Harry saw him. He pushed the trolley through the crowd and Sirius met him halfway and they stood on the King's Cross platform on the first day of summer and the noise was enormous around them and neither of them said anything immediately because nothing needed to be said immediately, and that was exactly right. Arthur Weasley appeared with Ron's trolley and shook Sirius's hand with the genuine warmth of someone who had waited 11 years for that handshake, and Molly appeared behind him and looked at Sirius for a moment and then pulled him into a hug that he appeared to have no defenses for and didn't try to produce any. Hermione's parents appeared, her mother looking slightly stunned by the density of activity on the platform, her father looking amused by her mother's expression. Hermione hugged Harry with the quick, fierce efficiency she brought to all her hugging, said, "Research list is in your trunk, top pocket, left side," and was swept into the Granger's car before Harry could respond. He was going to write to her before they reached the burrow. He already knew this. Neville waved from the far end of the platform, being collected by his grandmother, who was wearing a hat with a live vulture on it and did not look like she had a complicated relationship with that fact. Ginny was somewhere in the Weasley crowd. Harry caught her eye once, briefly, and she gave him the small nod, and he returned it, and that was enough. Sirius extracted himself from Molly's hug and came back to stand by Harry. He looked at Fawkes, who was still on Harry's shoulder and showed no signs of relocating. "He's really just," Sirius gestured at the Phoenix. "Yeah," Harry said. "Permanently." "Seems so." Sirius looked at Fawkes. Fawkes looked at Sirius with the patient gold eyes that had seen everything and judged some of it and had made clear decisions about what those judgments required. "Right," Sirius said. He looked at Harry. "So. Summer." "Summer," Harry said. "I was thinking," Sirius said, "that we could take the motorcycle up to Scotland." "I know you've never." "Yes," Harry said, before he finished. Sirius looked at him. Then he laughed, the real one, the one Harry had heard through the fire connection in the room of requirement, the one that was slightly broken and completely genuine. "You don't even know where we're going." "Doesn't matter," Harry said. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "James used to say that," he said. "Every single time someone tried to plan something. He'd say the destination's the least interesting part." "Smart man," Harry said. "The most annoying kind," Sirius said, and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and they walked through King's Cross in the summer evening light toward whatever came next. Fawkes rode on Harry's shoulder the whole way. He didn't sing. He didn't need to. But he was warm. 3 months later, in a conversation that happened in Dumbledore's office on the first day of third year that was short and direct and contained nothing that hadn't already been established, Dumbledore said, "I've found the location of another one." Harry sat across the desk. Fawkes was on the perch in the corner, the old perch, the familiar one, and the office smelled like lemon drops and old books and the particular atmosphere of a room full of complicated history. "Where?" Harry said. Dumbledore told him. Harry listened, evaluated, asked 3 questions, got 3 honest answers, and stood. "I'll talk to Sirius and Hermione tonight," he said. "We'll review the approach." "Of course," Dumbledore said. Harry moved to the door. He paused there, not quite the way Dumbledore used to pause in doorways, not to deliver a final word, not to shape the conversation's ending, but because something occurred to him that seemed worth saying. "Professor," he said. Dumbledore looked at him. "You're better at this," Harry said. "The honest version. I know it's harder. But you're better at it." He left before Dumbledore could say anything, because it wasn't a conversation, it was just a true thing, and true things didn't always require response. In the corridor outside, the castle was loud with third years finding their way and older students moving with the ease of people in familiar territory, and the year was beginning, and the work was continuing, and Harry Potter walked through it all with the phoenix on his shoulder and his own judgment intact and the long, open road of his own life stretching out ahead of him. He walked toward it without flinching. He was very much looking forward to it.